Waiting for the signal to come in. So we're up to 188 subscribers. We're doing very well. At this rate, we'll be up to. Well, soon we'll have the 200 party. So he says gamma where's 24/7 flat earth? Um,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is,
we have
sir.
Mr.
You're
Slave.
just going to insult.
Hey.
Right.
No. Hey, what's up?
I'm
Okay.
actually.
Okay,
I'm
Mickey. Let's talk slowly. No attacking. One by one.
Mais
Okay.
si tu parles français, là, ça peut être un petit peu plus facile pour toi. Là. Allez-y. Peut-être je peux traduire pour eux. Là.
Dude, I don't get your French. I'm sorry.
Avec le bleu.
Mais si je parle comme ça, comme une français de France,
Also,
peut-être
I think your bodies don't understand you. Okay. It doesn't change the fact.
I'm trying to
it doesn't change.
Super l'homme, mais parle tout français.
Right. This guy is. I was just suggesting maybe there were some things on his mind that he wasn't able to fully get across because of a language barrier. All right, I'm opening the door, but he doesn't want that. So too bad. Okay. If it's not an issue, it's a non-issue.
Mais parle anglais.
Yeah.
Okay, can you stop coping for a minute and pretend like you don't understand and you need the special education for it? Okay?
Sir.
I was talking to Matrix.
Yeah. I heard it.
You were being offered an olive branch. Mike has been trying to be kind to you, and you're just shitting on him for it.
Trying to get an out on the fact that our Frenches are different because
How is muting me, giving me an olive branch? How are you not pretending?
So I don't mute. I can't mute. It's not me.
I muted you. The more you talk about getting muted, the more you're going to get muted. How's that sound? Just don't mention it, and you might yourself being able to talk for longer periods.
Well, just fuck you, T-Dub. All I have to say. You don't worth it even.
No spiraling.
How to make friends and influence people. Red flag.
It's not spiraling. It is very chill, honest, direct opinion, logical, unlike Flat Earth. And yeah, you suck. This is actually.
That's just your emotions.
I walk outside. I don't see
zero emotion.
I don't feel
zero emotion. But I see Mr. Gay is trying to talk us.
Yeah. How about we just you give us a point, give us a proof for the globe Earth, and someone will respond.
I'm a flat earther. What do you mean?
No, you're not.
I don't provide proofs. I don't provide claims.
Flat earther. Sorry. Poking fun at your accent. Sorry, I can do that. That's a bit mean.
Yeah, that's uncalled for.
Again, when you talk about someone's accent, it shows how desperate.
Look, it's an Aussie thing, okay? Feel free to swing it back at me, man.
You're not handling the issue.
The issue, exactly. You just cannot address it. It's flat Earth. Bring a fucking argument. Shut up with this whining and bullshit.
I
Yeah,
mean, dude, I
the
make
guy
fun of the
the guy
Australian
that
accents
cannot
all the time.
define flat.
Dude,
Can you
I
define
make fun
flat?
of
Can
bro,
you actually
bro,
show me?
bro,
Mick,
bro,
show
check this out.
show
No,
me
check
something
this
flat.
out.
Show
Check
me
this out.
something
Yo,
flat.
Nick,
on.
stop interrupting,
Hang-
please. Let him say
hang
his
on.
piece, then you can respond to him.
I want to point out, man.
Actually have a Discord like account.
I don't know. I don't care enough about him.
He
I know
seems
he's kind of base, dude. Like Eric Dubé. Like, yeah.
he's like just he seems to literally just post YouTube videos and stay out the way. Like he doesn't even debate. Like
Who,
he
me?
called. He called out Neil deGrasse Tyson. Like he had the balls to do that, but then Neil deGrasse Tyson obviously bitched out.
Yeah.
So Neil deGrasse Tyson bitched after Neil deGrasse Tyson. I think that was just the last straw for Eric. Like, okay, one of the fucking most popular astrophysicists of all time doesn't want to debate me. I think I can check out for the rest of my.
Yeah, I've been listening to Eric Dubé lately, and he seems to be into like that soul trap. Right?
Yeah, he's just so boring to fucking listen to, dog.
Yeah, he is monotone as fuck.
He's,
Dude. Yeah.
he's like perpendicular to the horizon, and when you measure the sun going down, I'm like, holy fucking shit! What are we doing?
Yeah, he's monotone as fuck. Dude. Yeah. But then again, like, can you discredit him for that?
Yes, bro. Like he knows that that's one of the most boring ways to talk. He still does it. Like he has the energy to talk like way more productive than that. Like, come on, man. But he's a smart ass dude though. But I heard
I mean, you're emulating him right now, right? Like your name is Eric Dubé, and you're emulating him, right? So why can't you be your own person and like fucking give us that spark or one? We want that X factor.
The reason why I changed to Eric Dubé is because I just killed a Glober on the 200 proofs debate, and I was like, fuck it, I'm Eric Dubé now. And I just changed my username to Eric Dubé. So like, all right.
Yeah, I like you, brother. But
Hey, do you guys want to talk about my ether theory?
nah, nobody cares, slave. Like, yeah, we know about the ether, right? But you don't know about the ether yourself, so you're just a poser.
Why do you keep saying your?
Yeah, nobody cares about. Yeah, exactly. Your ether debate, like,
But I say,
you're
why
some kind of fucking revolutionary, fucking Nobel Prize.
do you keep saying your ether theory?
Like my, it's very unique. It's like I never heard anybody else express my ether theory.
Are you a flat earther?
No, I'm a normal earther.
What the fuck does that mean?
Like I believe like mainstream. I don't like I'm mainstream physics.
You're a glober.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
How the fuck are you a glober with the ether?
That's just the way it is. I mean, I believe in mainstream science, but I believe in the ether. So
mainstream science doesn't even say the ether is proven.
yeah, but I'm able to fit all of mainstream science within the ether. So
let's see. Can we see it?
Can you see the ether?
Oh wait, dude, that got absolutely debunked on Globe Gangsters, and they fixed your article and everything. Oh yeah, you're a clown, bro. You're a clown. You're a clown.
Yo, don't do that. You can't call names.
What? Wait, what's going on? Hello? Is anybody
Yo,
here?
what's up, man?
Hey,
yeah,
what?
The other fella's just he's ad homing you, so Jeremy just pulled him up on it.
Yeah. That's like I'm used to that. That's like par for the course.
Yeah, sure. But if one person starts doing it, then everyone starts doing it, and then it's just a freaking melee mess.
Yeah. Yeah, the Globe Gangster server is a nightmare. I mean, they attack me like whenever. I mean, lately they've stopped a little
All
bit.
right, let's not talk about them guys. Let's just. Do you have something or?
Sure. So, do you want to talk about my ether theory? Do you want to talk about my definition of science? My philosophy of science? I came up with a proof for the first postulate for Einstein's first and second postulates in his theory of special relativity paper from 1905. Do you want to hear the proof? Um, um, do you want to talk? Do you have any questions? Does anybody have any questions? No one's left.
That's
I
okay.
do not.
This
Those
is
are
like your
different
Bible
lines.
verse.
No,
This
it's
is
not.
like your
Well,
Bible verse. Yeah.
well, this is a civil engineering book. So
yeah,
so
it's
tell
the
me
government.
so
Yeah.
tell me
It's the
why the
government. They're
civil.
like, here's a curved line, an equidistant line.
So they
That
don't
is
say. Do
not
they say
even. That is not
equidistant from
level.
what? Equidistant from what?
And so it would just be this
Equidistant from what?
nonsensical thing that you'd be
Equidistant.
believing in. We can take the data and just say what it's doing.
Equidistant from what?
We can just say what it's doing, but you don't have to identity violate, right? Because what is these level lines?
Equidistant from what?
What's the bottom level line? That's the mean sea level. Then we have what's above that. We have an equidistant level, right?
What?
Well, you might start trying to take people's wives, and that's not our war. We don't want to fight that way.
Whoa. Nobody's taking anybody's
Collecting
anything.
harems and shit. Don't lie.
That's you, bud. You
Don't
can't
lie,
take a
Toto.
wife that. Bro, you just.
Listen, I don't have
sound
to
like
take
that
them
other
by
dingbat. You're gonna take away
It was
wives
never
that
your
belong
wife
to
if
us
another
other
man
men.
could take
Like,
it.
if that woman belonged to you, she'd be married to you, motherfucker, and not me.
If that woman belonged to you, another man could not have taken her.
Yeah,
No, it couldn't have been his, huh? Because it ain't. Fucking stupid.
You don't
logic.
own a wife. You gotta entice her to want to be with you.
Parabolic shape.
That is CD
Hyperbolic,
on the
parabolic
picture.
shape.
You can see it there. Charlie Delta on the picture. You can look at them.
Parabolic
All right.
shape.
Yeah. Well, this is. So, are you saying you know better than the civil engineers?
No, this
You're
would
better.
be.
I personally like it if you kind of mute someone and then insult him or levy accusation. I feel
Percentage?
like
Are you calling me a liar?
No, not at all. But it's two sides of the story, right?
Percentage. This is what's going to happen. Since you're advocating for him, I am going to unlock him, and you can converse with him. He's all yours.
That's not necessary.
Misinformation agent. The guy with the percentage symbol up the top is who you are conversing with. Please.
I know that you don't remember. But at the beginning, ask specifically to talk to one person because
I just don't really understand how.
It's annoying because he comes in here with like, I don't know, when he comes in here, it's like there's 5 other people that immediately join after him.
Mhm.
And then
Yeah, it's his gang, I guess.
it's like the voice chat goes from like being very peaceful, very quiet.
Shit.
All of a sudden, it's like a huge mess. It's like, holy shit, what just happened? It's like fucking Mayor Shoreham just came in here, and then
Yeah.
Really fucking sad.
Yeah, it becomes very like immediately it becomes like very boring, and it's like people are not able to talk. It's just Cool Dog mainly talking, and then the rest like answering like when barely like it's only his friends that can answer.
I think it's the San Andrean.
But he's so dishonest also. Like I remember he was like talking bad about me, and telling me, oh, do not teach this about Judaism, and it was so clear.
Yo, what's up, Mr. Slave?
Hey, what's up?
Huh?
What's up? What do you got?
Do you hate capitalism?
No, are you kidding? So
Okay, good.
So you're pro capitalism?
Yeah,
Why?
fucking love it. I think it's the best thing on earth.
Like, why do you say that?
Separates the losers from the winners.
That's why you like
Perfect. Because it's life, it's nature, it's cruel and it's beautiful at the same time.
It's cruel.
It's cruel and beautiful, yeah.
So
it's cruel to the weak, but beautiful to the strong.
So
it's cruel to the dumb and beautiful to the smart. Cruel to the whatever, I could keep going forever. To the incompetent, but beautiful to the competent.
So, if we were to compare a capitalistic country to like North Korea, would you say is North Korea capitalistic or not?
Fuck no, it's like dictatorship. It's horrible. It's full on government control. Look how the fucking people live. They're all losers. Every single one of them is an idiot. And if they're intelligent, sure, but they're poor and they live on the street or in like little fucking shitty boxes. That's no way to live your one gift of life that God gave you.
So what would you
You're
say?
supposed to live it.
Well, where would you say it's more cruel, in North Korea or in South Korea?
North Korea.
Wait, but you said capitalism, you love it because it's cruel.
I said cruel and beautiful.
But
it's fair. There's duality.
Okay. I'm just trying to understand. So if we compare North Korea to South Korea, which is more cruel?
North Korea, but there's no beauty in North Korea at all. In South Korea, there's probably cruel and beauty.
But I'm trying to understand. You said you love capitalism because it's cruel to the weak, to the stupid, whatever. So, but
yeah, and beautiful to the good, and to the smart. Look, I said cruel and beautiful, and beautiful.
First of all, I told you I'm pro capitalism. I just don't understand. Like, if you would ask me why I love capitalism, one of the pros that I would give you is because it's the best for the dumbest, for the poorest, for the weakest. They enjoy it the most.
Do they?
Yeah, that's what I would say. I mean, when you compare North Korea to South Korea, you see how Kim Jong-un and his elites, their lives wouldn't be any different, let's say, if they switched to capitalism. It's the poorest of the poor that would enjoy a switch if North Korea switched to capitalism.
Of course, but not all the poor would have money. There would still be the homeless, still be the poor.
Why
still
would
be
you?
the Section 8 motherfuckers? So some people will suffer, but a lot of people will gain.
Wait, you think in capitalism you have homelessness?
There is homeless people.
There is homeless people in countries that you might call capitalist, but the more capitalism you have, the more homelessness you have?
No, not necessarily.
Kill all capitalists.
Shut up.
All.
capitalist skill.
You're
Oh,
muted. You're muted. You either argue fairly or you don't.
So, so the more, let's just let's just talk about North Korea and South Korea. So you think there's more homeless in South Korea than in North Korea?
No, I don't think the more capitalist it is, the more homeless. That's not what I fucking said. I said there would still be homeless people, not as many as there would be in a fucking communist country, but there would still be people who are, not blessed, unfortunate lives that still exists.
Okay.
But I'm saying capitalism gives you a better opportunity to not be that way. You can still not be homeless in capitalism. It gives you opportunity, and the people who take advantage of opportunity, the people who are smart and competent, can make something out of their lives. That's what's beautiful about capitalism. What's cruel is that if you are incompetent in capitalism, you're most likely not going to do well. And that's what's beautiful about it. It's fair.
Wait, you said the capitalism part is fair?
Yep, that is fair. Capitalism is you get what you deserve, man. You do.
What if, well, do you have like means of prevention of monopoly?
I don't dislike monopoly at all. I don't think it's bad.
So, okay, and just because you know what monopoly is, right?
Yes.
Okay, so if it's a case that monopoly exists, then you don't think it would follow that if someone were to get like a monopoly on food and resources, then they would be able to exclude other people on the basis of their color skin or stuff like that.
Well, they won it fair and square. They have full right to monopolize because they won.
Yeah, what do you think fair means though?
Hello.
What's going on, Mr. Slave?
Hey, what does it mean? Bye bye El Aqsa.
It's a mosque that's located on the Temple Mount in Palestine.
And what do you like? What do you mean bye bye? What are you implying?
I mean, I think it's pretty straightforward. I think you know the answer to that. And if you don't,
no,
I don't really.
I don't have a look. I'm all for like building. Like I'm pro building. I'm build. Like I like skyscrapers. I don't like small buildings. So like that whole mount should be a beautiful. I can see a beautiful skyscraper built there. Like so. I don't have a problem removing removing whatever is there and building a beautiful skyscraper. I think in general the planet needs more and more and more skyscrapers. So you don't have to convince me. But my question is
I didn't say anything about building anything, but yeah, go ahead.
My question is why do you want to? Let's say you can click a button and remove it. So would you? I'm assuming you would remove it, right?
I think it's prophesized the removal, so
Oh,
it's not really up to me.
Oh, you believe in God?
I don't think I ever made that claim either.
Wait, you said prophecy. So that implies God. No, I don't know. I'm asking. I'm asking if you believe in God because you said.
Why don't you look up the definition of prophecy and read it out loud for us? We'll learn together.
No, you look. We can talk. You can tell me how you feel. Like I don't want to make it into like an argument. I'm just trying to understand your position. So it's up to you if you want to talk.
It doesn't really sound like that's the case, man. Like the first thing you stated when you came in here, you've made multiple assumptions. One of them was that I want to build something, like a skyscraper. I never said anything like don't talk over me for a moment, right?
Have a great
You
day.
did say that.
No.
I think he seems
Who's pissed off?
No, he wasn't pissed off.
Who's very pissed off? I could hear it in his voice.
Maybe he was only 10% of people are into rape play.
Really?
Rape play? Have you? No, I think it's more.
No, it's more.
If I have my wife, if I have my wife and she says no.
But who raped?
Is it for both men and women?
I'd be into that. I'd be into that.
Wait, wait, but I want to be raped. What should I do?
Yeah, well, so do I.
Oh,
yeah, but I actually mean it. There's a difference there.
Wait, you've been raped?
No,
Yeah, but
no, rape.
Rape play is different from being raped, man. Like,
Yeah,
CNC is
exactly.
different.
I would definitely be into like something kinky like that, but I'm also different to the normal person.
I'm on asexual mode right now, so everything that you're saying
You
is
guys-
fucking outrage.
Take a look at this. This plant right here, it's illegal in Europe, actually. I'm in America right now. I'm in California. If you boil this plant, you will see hallucinations of diabolical things like devils and stuff like that. It's called the angel's trumpet. Very beautiful.
Wow.
Have you tried it? Have you tried?
You fucking Americans and your fucking hallucinogenics. You guys love them.
Some kids
You'll
in
listen
Europe
to-
actually tried this and they
I saw the
died.
Buddha
They were
on my trip.
hospitalized and
I
they
literally
died.
saw the Buddha on my trip, and then I gave up.
Get
Like, okay, it's over.
Have you tried it? Have you tried it?
Like to have that experience. You don't want your daughter to have that experience. So therefore,
a governmental collapse at the same time.
No, but I'm not never living under your, like me and many others will never live under your degenerate, like social government. I'll never allow you to take my resources.
I would argue differently, yeah, that there's actually reasoning or reasoning we can talk about.
Hi.
Prove it. Prove it.
That's probably what happened. Their main priority wasn't to murder people. It was to get well, if they were not, their main priority wasn't to murder civilians. It was to take hostages because
Take
of
hostages
Israel
so they
value
can they can trade them for their.
I mean, I was gonna say we are small. You're right, but you know, just like a seed, right? We seeded America with the seed that America was born from. So that's fine. You know, we're okay with that.
Like you know how sometimes you get hit with something, like you're walking and then all of a sudden you're like hitting a pole.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what he means.
Oh, okay, I got it.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, how's everyone? So, like, is everyone here like pro-Islam?
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, servant.
How you doing, Liba?
Alhamdulillah, I'm doing well. I'm still half deaf, but it's okay.
Good to hear your voice. You never talk anymore. You just text. You just type.
Yeah, because like it's either that my parents are at home or that I'm studying. So yeah.
That's okay.
What are you studying?
cool.
Yeah. Huh? Oh, I'm studying for medicine, inshallah.
Oh, you're gonna be a doctor?
Yeah, inshallah.
Wow.
We'll see what happens.
Are you going to be like a PA or what exactly?
Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I don't even want to work if I don't have to work. I just want to be a housewife.
Wait, are you in the US, UK? Where are you?
In Australia.
Oh, cool.
Uh-huh. Yeah,
Yeah.
like earliest, like the quickest you can become a doctor here is in around 4 years, 8 months.
Wait, were you born Muslim?
Straight from high school. Sorry?
Were you born Muslim?
Yes, I was born Muslim, alhamdulillah.
I don't. You know what's funny? I don't. People ask that question and like they don't realize that it's like, oh, you're born into Islam. That's the only way you're Muslim. That
Mhm.
Islam cannot convince people, dude. Islam can convince people that it's the truth. Like it's not like, oh, the only way you have to follow Islam or be a follower of it is if you're born into it. It's like that's not the
Not
only
even that,
way.
right?
No,
Yeah.
It's also that even if you were born Muslim, there will be some point in your life where you will find Islam, right? Like
Yeah.
when you start learning about it more and everything, and you truly do get convinced by, and you truly do believe in it, that's when you actually found Islam. You know, that's when you actually find Islam.
yeah, I mean, I just asked if she was born. I'm not assuming. I don't know anything about either being born or not. I just asked.
Yeah, that's fine.
No, but Laiba.
What's up?
Wait, so like
Nothing much.
like what
Nothing
is it?
much.
What is it like to be a Muslim? Like what do you do like that is Muslim? Like do you go pray Fridays or something? Like what what does
Is
it
that it?
mean? What does it mean to be a Muslim? Like if I wanted to become Muslim, like what would I do as a Muslim?
Like what in your life would change? Is what you're
I
asking?
don't know. I'm yeah, like what I guess like what I go to pray in the mosque like every day, 5.
I'll tell you.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'll tell you. Basically, you have to become evil. So you need to go to a bomb
Ah.
facility, learn how to make bomb. I'm just
No,
kidding. I'm just kidding.
no.
No,
Let's
but
be serious, right?
uh,
No. We should actually be serious, yeah.
yeah.
Like as a Muslim woman, like as a
Yeah.
Muslim woman, what is your life like? Like, or as a Muslim
Mhm.
man, I don't know. Like, what does it entail?
I
Like,
mean, life as a Muslim, no matter if you're a man or the woman or a woman, right, it's the same. Okay, a man isn't any better than a woman, nor is any woman better than a man. In the end, we all believe in one God, and we believe that the Prophet Muhammad is the final messenger of God. Okay,
mhm,
and based off that, we have rules to follow, and we also have a certain lifestyle in which we pray 5 times a day. Okay, and men, what you're referring to in terms of going to the mosque on Fridays, that's obligatory upon men. Okay,
mhm.
because like that's also when you have your sermon, right? Now, because you do hear a lot of statements how Muslim women are oppressed and all that because how to cover up, right? That's not true, right? Because men also have to cover up, right? We all have our certain places.
I didn't ask. I didn't say that anybody's oppressed. I'm just curious. Like, what is life like?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, like I never said that you said that we're oppressed. I'm just saying that this is what generally people think.
I don't think that. I never thought that. No, but
That's good.
yeah,
That's
but
good.
like I'm curious. Like, what is it? What is life? How is your life? How would my life? How is a Muslim's life different than someone who's secular? Like, what's the difference?
Well, I'll tell you that we're a lot more happier.
Yeah, I was gonna say we're a lot more disciplined and we're not confused about anything or unsure about anything because every answer we need we find it within our with God with His words with the wisdom knowledge the teachings, right? So we're not there's not a single thing that there isn't an answer for in Islam. That's the difference. If you're secular, if you're like an atheist, you don't have the answers to everything. You think you do. Society gives you the illusion that you do, but you don't. So.
Well, but what if I okay? But that wait, what happens if you realize there is no God? Like I personally don't believe in God. So like
You
what
can't
would it?
realize there is no God. That's not how it works.
But I
It's
mean,
very unnatural.
but what can I do? I mean, I grew out of it. When I was younger,
Well,
yeah,
why do you believe that there's no God? Because like I'm assuming that you used to believe in it.
yeah. Well, like
So
what?
what convinced you out of it?
I grew out of it. Like you grow out of like you believe stuff when you're young. You believe lots of stuff, and then as you grow older, like you shed a lot of false beliefs. I think like when as you grow older, you stop being a leftist and you start understanding that Like you become more conservative, and you stop believing
Well,
a
that's
lot
the
of.
thing, right? With Islam, we don't have to go through all those experiences of getting hurt and then realizing and then figuring out that being left isn't correct. We are already told that from the get go, which is part of making our lives a lot more easier.
But so you basically, the religion comes with like prescriptions. Like if you like, I am very individualistic. Like I need my absolute freedom to think
Mhm.
to think completely free. I don't want to lose my freedom of thought, my beliefs.
Mm.
I mean,
Well,
like when you say
I'll
that.
ask you a question, right?
Yeah. Okay.
When you play the piano, right, and you have a
Hmm.
lot of keys,
Hmm.
will you sound better if you don't know how to play and you just play a bunch of keys randomly, or would you sound a lot more better
Hmm.
if there was a certain structure to it and if you
Sure.
played according to that?
Look, in the beginning, I appreciated an instructor, but usually, I very quickly don't need or don't want, or I grow out of instructions, and I become independent, and I
So,
express like
so
I.
then you'd go from playing really nice and really fluently, all like to like playing horrendously
No, no.
without any rules.
I didn't try playing the piano, but like everything else I tried in life, yeah, I went to university, I got a degree, and then I started developing my own philosophy and my own theory. Like in the beginning, you have teachers and courses and YouTube videos and books, and then sooner or later, you grow. You outgrow your teachers. I always outgrow my teachers. I've never happened to me that I did not outgrow my teachers. So I need my freedom. I need to. So look, what you said, that you're happy. I can understand that. That's like you have I would say you have a social network, and you have people that you can rely on. As long as you abide by all the rituals, everything is excellent. But what do you do when you figure out that you outgrow?
Friends and networking aren't enough, to be honest, right? It's like even then, friends will always betray you in some way or another. There have been times, right, in which everyone is
Hmm.
going to be alone.
Right.
The only difference is that we aren't as upset about it because we know that we're actually not alone and that God is with us, which is really relieving to us as well. Others who
Hmm.
don't believe in God wouldn't realize that, and they just go down in their own spiral.
Yeah, but look, I can believe, if like I personally just came to the conclusion there is no God. So
How did
I
you come to that conclusion?
why did I come to that conclusion? Let's say,
How?
yeah, yeah. Let's say there's just no evidence for God. Like when you actually look for evidence, there's just no evidence.
Yeah, but what standard? Like you can't you yourself don't have the authority to make up a standard because then
Oh,
it'd just be like anecdote. So what standard do you use to make that to come to such conclusions?
but whatever standard there is, a man invented it. So why can't I make my own standard?
Dude, that's like a claim. Like you make a claim, you make a claim, you make a presupposition. You can't justify any of it. It's just you assuming such a thing.
What do you mean?
Let me ask you this.
Hmm.
Let me ask you this.
Hmm.
Do you believe that when humans are born, if they're not taught anything,
Hmm.
that when they learn things about reality, they will never be able to derive a God concept? Do you think that's how it is?
I don't know. I don't know. But I know I don't have statistics. So I honestly don't know. I don't
Like
know.
if you just think about it. Look, if all you know is what you experience, then there should be no way or no reason why a human being would think of anything like a god. Like they just can't just make up, oh, there's this being that we can't see, that we can't hear, that we can't feel, that has a mercy, that has a mercy attribute of mercy, an attribute of power. He's omnipotent. no human could just think of these things, right? Unless
Mhm.
this thing presents itself to such a finite thing, a creation. You can call it like a human being, because that's how humans get to know some things like this. Metaphysics, you can only know it, right?
Mm.
If it's, well, I don't want to call it metaphysics, but that's kind of how it is.
Somebody will make an argument to like nature, like human nature.
Assalamualaikum, many guys. Also, I want to ask, do you like it's a bit random, right? But do you believe in fate?
I actually
Mr.
think,
Slave?
yeah, I actually think this universe is predetermined, yeah, but it's unknown.
By who?
I
Yeah,
don't.
but by who
I
is it
don't.
predetermined?
I don't know. I don't know. I actually I'm studying physics these days, and I don't know.
Because really, right, if the universe is predetermined, then there has to be outside of the universe and outside of creation for some being to even predetermine that.
Well, I mean, not necessarily.
I
If he
don't.
believes in like determinism,
What's
right?
any other
then-
way? What's any other way?
well, there are atheists that believe in determinism, right? So like they'll say like nothing you do, nothing that occurs is everything that occurs is like contingent upon the prior event, right? So like
He just said
everything
that
is
he
just
believes in predeterminism. Yeah, I know that, but he believes in predeterminism,
Right.
which isn't the
right.
same
Well,
as
what I'm saying is
determinism.
like, well, he's saying like, well, no, for everything to be predetermined means like their actions are unchanged, like their actions are unchangeable, like what's going to
Like,
happen will
you
always
cannot
happen.
change anything.
Yeah, exactly. So like for example, like since I was born into an abusive family, like I'm gonna have mental illness, like there's nothing I can do to change that could
No.
also be predetermined.
No. I'm saying the
Okay.
universe is mechanical, but we don't know the future. So
Yeah.
So,
See,
Okay, but
what
it's
he
already been
thinks, right?
predetermined.
is that I'm pretty sure that he also believes in a balance between free will and predeterminism.
yeah,
So you can
it's a free
Yeah.
will
Yeah, so
illusion.
it's pretty much like us anyway.
Yeah, that's like you can't believe in a balance between the two. That's like those are actually literally the most conflicting things I've ever heard of in my life.
No, it's a
You know,
free. It's an illusion. Sorry. It's a
Yeah,
free
okay, so
will.
then you do okay, so then you do believe in predeterminism.
Yeah, the universe is predetermined, but it looks like you have free will because you just no one can know the future. So might as well have free will. So
wait, but you said, you know what predeterminism? You know what to believe in such a thing? You know what that implies?
no.
That implies there's no randomness to anything. That implies that implies every single thing that happens is a product of itself. So, for example, if I'm laying down and I just think about going to the park, playing basketball,
Mhm.
nothing about my biology tells me to do that. Nothing about my physical being. It just gives me an urge that pops up in my brain to go and do that. That's just something that my consciousness, I'm interested in doing, and I can do that. But also, if I think of doing it and then I tell myself, maybe I'll do that later and not in the moment. This Nothing about the physical reality determines these things. I myself, my consciousness, whatever it is, determines that.
But I
There's like,
believe. But I
it's
am
just
yeah. But I am myself just a pile of rolling rocks since the beginning of the universe of the multiverse.
Rolling rocks? Huh?
You are a pile. You yourself are a pile of rolling rocks.
We're all are. We're just acting right.
Yeah.
The universe has been predetermined. It's a clock.
We're not
Okay,
rocks. We're
the
atoms.
universe has not been predetermined. This is the issue. Is like he's talking about like the inception of like Earth and like stuff like that. Like it's rocks colliding with each other.
I'm saying like we're a bunch of micro nanoscopic billiard balls bouncing against each other.
No. You don't say that. You don't say you're a billiard. That's like an outdated. That's an outdated like concept. Like like atomic concept. That's like an outdated.
Bro, like the thing is, there's no all the stuff you're saying is unsubstantiated. Like for theists, for people who believe in God, we have some form of substantiation. We don't just make claims blindly. Like we have like a grounding, and the grounding is coherent. It is logical. It makes sense. But for you, in your case, to be deterministic and all these other things, it's not. It's the opposite.
Okay, but I don't think he is predeterminist. I don't think he understands what predeterminism is. Like
I don't think so either.
I think he's a determinist that thinks he just doesn't know his terminology.
No, but he comes from from what I'm understanding, he believes all the choices and decisions he makes in his life aren't his to make or aren't made by himself.
Of course. Well, that's just determinism. That's just determinism. That doesn't mean it's predeterminism.
Yeah, there's hard determinism. That's what that is.
Wait, Mr. Slave. Predeterminism means like your outcomes and fate were predetermined by something, like a force, right? Not just like physics or like science, right? Like an actual force, right?
I believe that the universe is 100% mechanical. So I am.
Okay, so you believe in determinism. That's what you believe.
Okay.
But it's fine. I understand. It's hard. So it's easy to mix those two up. Because like seemingly one could be the other. But like,
oh, okay. Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
So
I don't think it could be mechanical.
Well, I believe the universe is mechanical and we're just acting out what's been predetermined or determined a priori since the beginning of all times.
Okay.
But we have the illusion. Right now I'm having an illusion that I'm choosing the words that I'm using. But obviously, I'm not free to choose these words because I was trained to use English. So obviously, so I'm limited, and there's basically just 10,000 words in English, and I'm very, very limited in the next word I can choose in the context. So so ultimately, I'm just a machine. By a lot, it looks like I have a spirit and stuff, but yeah, that's just an illusion.
You know when scientists like biologists or whatever, anatomists and stuff, when they talk about the body being like a mechanism, right, being like a machine, they don't mean that literally. They don't say, "Oh, like we're robots, like we're inanimate, like we're functional, but we're controlled." No. They use that to kind of do a comparison, right, in terms of like functionality. Like we're organisms. We have a component of life.
But
nothing else does.
But every one of
wait, hold on. Mr. Slave, you don't believe there is right and wrong now.
Correct.
You don't, right?
Correct.
You don't believe there's
well, you're asking a negative question, so I can only answer with correct. So, but you're right. I do not believe in right and wrong. I usually don't use the terms right and wrong.
Okay, you don't believe in morality. Like
correct.
From an objective perspective. Okay.
Correct. I don't believe in objectivity. Period.
Okay.
Like
so then what defines morality? If it's
nothing. Nothing. There is no morality. I'm a subjectivist.
Okay. Then how do we set up like a societal cohesion? How do we have a society that's cohesive without an agreed upon morality?
Well, you see that it's falling apart. We're on borrowed time. But anyway, it's like everything else. It evolved, so no one controlled it. It's like you might want it or not want it. The universe doesn't care what you want. We happen to have evolved to have a society that is currently just barely functional and not for much longer. Apparently, we're at the end of the. That's it. It's the end of. That's the end. That's what it looks like anyway.
Okay.
So I mean, I'm kind of happy. I think it could be happy being like I've realized what I've realized, and I'm happy. I guess I'm happy that I've had a chance to live this life and come to the realizations that I've come to, and like I'd rather not live a lie.
You don't sound like somebody who believes in determinism.
I don't believe in determinism.
Yeah, like you shouldn't be saying you're happy you live this life.
I'm kind of happy. I'm not dancing in the streets. I'm happy that.
No, you shouldn't be.
What do you mean?
You shouldn't be happy.
Why not?
You shouldn't be happy. Why would you be happy you live this life?
Well, I am. There's not. I'm
Why?
sitting.
Why are you? You shouldn't. Okay, I'm not saying you are. I'm saying you should not be.
Well,
should not be happy.
But why not? I mean, given that I am, how do you answer that? Given that I am,
Well, I'm just saying you shouldn't. Well, okay, you are right, but like you shouldn't be happy.
why
Right?
not?
Like,
I'm wondering why do
because
you?
you shouldn't.
No, but why? What?
You shouldn't.
Explain. I don't understand. You just keep repeating.
Your life is shit meaningless, right? All of our lives are shit meaningless.
My life.
Why would you experience any emotion? Wait, why would you experience any emotion?
Well, that's a given.
You just exist. You just exist and you die.
Yeah, but given.
Well, I know that it's a given that we naturally experience emotion. I'm just saying you shouldn't experience. You shouldn't be happy you live this life.
But that's it.
Your life has been struggle, right? Like Schopenhauer says, like your life is struggle.
Are
That's
you saying this as a brother? Are you saying this as a teacher? I don't get it. Where are you coming from?
I'm just saying you shouldn't be happy.
You are objectively wrong.
No, you shouldn't be happy.
Look, I'm not celebrating. I'm not dancing in the streets. I'm happy. I'm relatively happy. I'm content. I'm sitting.
It's like being happy is pathetic to me. It's pathetic. You're gonna go into non-existence here soon, buddy. So like, it's stupid. It's retarded too.
Yeah, I'm not happy. I'm not, but I'm not going to interrupt his happiness just to preach.
I mean, like, I am. Okay.
So you claim that I should not be happy because I'm not going to exist to infinity?
You're going to exist into nothing. No, not just that, but like your life is not even enjoyable.
My life is not enjoyable.
Your life is a pendulum. Your life is a pendulum.
Yeah.
Swinging between a lack of fulfillment and boredom. That's what life is.
It swings. So like, it swings between many things.
No, it swings between a lack of fulfillment and boredom. That's it. You achieve something, you strive to achieve something, you achieve something, you're bored, then you strive to achieve something else, and you achieve it, and you're bored. That's what your life is. Right? So like I'm saying, like you shouldn't be happy, and then you're gonna go into non-existence, right? You're gonna go into non-existence.
But even now, you could argue that when I sleep, I'm in non-existence. Like
no, oh my goodness, that's completely wrong. That's completely wrong.
You just experienced an emotion.
Wait, that's completely wrong. That's completely wrong. Yeah, I did. That doesn't mean that I should experience emotion. Like, nice try, moldy chest.
Right? Nice try.
No, like that's you're saying you just experienced an emotion. Like, no, I shouldn't have experienced an emotion. Right? But, so like, nice try though. But yeah, like Mr. Slave, like you're completely wrong. You think your death is gonna be like sleep. You think your death is gonna be like sleep.
Oh,
like that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life.
So you think that when I die, I go to like hell?
No, you think your death is gonna be like sleep. Your death is gonna be non-existence. Why can't you comprehend that?
How's that different?
How's that different from sleeping?
Yeah.
Do you think death is like sleep?
I'm asking.
Oh my goodness.
He just experienced another emotion, my friends.
Hold on. Wait, when did I say? Hold on. Once again. Like, when did I say you can't experience emotion? Yeah, you're gonna experience emotion, but you shouldn't. You shouldn't feel happiness. Why would you feel happiness? But you're missing the point. So I'm that's your own issue. But like you, Mr. Slave, you think your death is like sleep? Your death is like non-existence.
Yeah, you said that.
Like?
You said
okay,
that.
but you know non-existence is like?
I'm assuming it's very similar to sleep.
No, it's not.
How do you know?
It's not.
But how do you know?
That's the dumbest shit. That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. This is why you're an atheist. You know? This is why you're an atheist. Because you think when you die, it's going to be like going to sleep.
I used to believe in God, and when I used
to
realize
that sleep is a form of death, right? Especially in Islam.
Okay, bro. Listen.
He just said, "Bro."
Leba. Can you calm down for a second?
What do you mean? No, I'm just.
I know. Obviously, I know. But the point I'm making here is they believe. Listen, the atheists believe like when you hear like they'll say like, "Oh, I experienced death. I experienced death. Why my heart stopped. I experienced clinical death and I was resuscitated." And they're like, I saw what death was like. It was just black. It was just black, and it felt peaceful, right? Like that's not death. That's not what death is like. It's not like sleeping. Okay. Death is non-existence. It's non-existence, right?
Death is in Islam. It's a threshold. It's like a doorway between one reality and another. So it's not when you die. It's not like you get a void. No. It's like you basically walking through a door to another realm.
Hold on. I'm not trying to make an argument. Guys, listen. I'm not trying to make the argument like from the Islamic perspective. I'm not trying to make the argument from the Islamic perspective. I'm just saying like the reason why so many atheists are atheists because they think like when they die it's gonna be like darkness, like they're asleep and it's gonna feel comfortable and peaceful. Like no, like
no, it's not gonna feel anything. It's not gonna feel anything. It's like where were you before you were born?
Yeah.
I feel when you're dead, like your senses are all gone. Like what?
It's non-existent. It's not like sleep.
No,
you can feel yourself asleep. I can feel myself asleep. I can indulge myself in sleep too. I can feel comfortable. I feel peaceful. I feel rested. You know, that's how I feel.
Nightmare. Might be scared.
You feel nightmare. You dream, right? Even if we don't think like we're even if we don't think like we can sense our sleep, we still do. But like imagine a time before you were born.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. You're not feeling anything, for example, and we can even equate that to some of our senses. For example, try to look through your back. You can't. Or try to smell, for example, something that is not across the room.
But why are we discussing?
Yeah, try to see out your arm. Try looking at something through your elbow. Go.
Okay, but why do I care about death? Why even talking about it? Like we have a little bit.
You don't care about death?
Because wait, you don't care about death?
Everybody cares about death.
Wait, because you don't know about death. Because you don't. Yeah, moldy chest. Because you don't know what death is. Because you don't know what death is. That's why you don't care about death.
Yeah, I think you should be afraid of it. I think you are afraid of it. If you stood at the door.
No, the problem is this nigga. He just lives his life like day to day. Like he doesn't care. He doesn't think about the future, right? He doesn't have any foresight.
No.
Right? So, like,
I used to believe in God. I used to be like you, but
yeah, your heart is close to it. Yeah, we know.
Real quick, hold on. I wanted to ask you because it's important to understand. If you used to believe and now you don't, what was that thing that pushed you away? That's what I want to know.
I mean, I just realized that there's just
I got a bad feeling.
There's just no evidence for God, and
that's not a reason. See, this is the problem with you. You're not being honest.
Oh my
That's
God.
not a reason.
If you guys are about to attack this guy,
we're not attacking him. That's not an actual reason. So you believed in God. Just real quick, you believed in God in the beginning for reasons, but then you go and say there is no reasons or evidence. That's like it doesn't make sense.
He changed his mind. It's fine, but the problem here is that what would be a reason? Mori Chess. If I said that I saw God, would you believe me?
No. You'd have to tell me what.
Okay, so if I showed you a video showing you God in a video, would you believe it?
That makes no sense.
Wait, hold on. That makes no sense.
If you saw an entity like, for example, the movie Eternals with Galactus, or like Celestials, whatever, looking at us from the sky, saying that they're gods, would you believe him?
But you cannot see God. You can experience.
Okay,
God.
Moldy Chess. He's presenting as a hypothetical.
Sorry, wait 1 second. Who said that they don't believe in God because there's no evidence? Maybe it's
I did.
Or
No, I did, but I have to go.
Okay.
I have to go. So let's finish up. If you have any questions, I'll answer and go.
No, I'm just saying that there's never enough evidence for you to be satisfied, because we're talking about the metaphysical being, the entity that is self-sufficient, the entity that is the first and the last, that is not contingent on anything to exist, that is not bound by space or time. Now you're asking for evidence to see that, and first of all, it's the religion is based on faith. If God showed up, then there's no point of the test. Like, why would you even have a test if the teacher will just give you the results? It will just give you the answers. That's the whole point of the test.
Look,
but even if it wasn't a test, there's no evidence to convince you. Even if you see it with your own eyes, you will disbelieve your own eyes rather than believe that's God.
Yeah, but that's not why I brought it up. I brought it up that I know what it feels like to be a believer. Like, I know how you feel about life. What do you mean? I used to be a believer, so I don't know why you would say
No, no, you never were a true believer, my friend. That's what they're gonna say. Just
Well, like,
point.
I mean, I'm being serious.
Look, the point is, you keep talking about death, and I know how you like. I understand like how you feel. It's not like nothing new to me. So I'm just saying, it's like, why are we talking about death? I mean, I'd rather talk about like as a Muslim or as in any religion, like it's nice to have like a social network and to be part of, a ritual and stuff. It has benefits, but there's a price that I wouldn't.
Ignorance is the
There's
price.
there's lots of prices that, yeah, you have to conform, and it could get dangerous, like, because if you stop believing, then you're threatening the whole apparatus, the whole structure, the whole network. Anyway, it's nice as long as you're conforming and everything works out, it's nice. But there's the downside. That's all I'm saying.
What is the downside? I don't know.
If you if you end,
Ignorance, like what? What do you mean?
if you end up believing that there is no God, then you have to live a life of lies. For example, you have to, if you want to
Yeah, but
stay.
living a life of lies is not worse. It's not worse than the outcome of you as a disbeliever who rejected the truth.
No, but let's say
Even
I.
if he doesn't, wait, hold on. If he believes he's living a life of lies as a believer, then he's going to hell either way. So like, there's no point.
No, but if I die and I'm wrong, we don't really have much to lose.
Okay, yeah, Pascal's wager, but like what I'm saying is like Islam, that doesn't even hold up Islamic, right? It's like,
And I can make arguments, by the way, for every single faith that in Islam you're the individual, you're going to be the safest with every single faith.
I don't
Or at
know.
least with the biggest ones. I'd say with the biggest ones.
I got
Hindus-
a silver bullet, but I'm not gonna use it.
Hindus, reincarnation. Sikhs, reincarnation. Buddhism, well, not really a faith-based afterlife religion. That's not what Buddha preached. Jews follow the 7 laws of Noah. Muslims keep by default. Christians, we can make good arguments. We can make good arguments for what's preached in the Bible. Whether it's Mark 10, 17, 18, 19, when the man approached Jesus and asked him, what should I do to go to heaven? He said, keep the commandments. Well, we keep the commandments better than everybody. So we can make good arguments for the only faith that we could go to hell.
Where is he? Is he coming? Is he coming or going? Magnetism and relativity. The hidden connection, how magnetism. Wait. Somebody said something. Who's Juicy? Juicy. Is he coming? Kick bans Jack Doherty for endangering the public. The internet is stunned. Hamas versus Israel. Wait, this is new? When is he speaking? Where's Yaron? When is he speaking? When is the news? Diddy mom speaks on ruthless betrayal in wild press release. Diddy accused of selling his own tapes. Andrew versus whatever. John Anthony. How quickly? Okay. Ultimate sci-fi movie. We need to do a review of The Day the Earth Stood Still. We need to do a separate review. Wait, how many subscribers do we has? How many subscribers do we has? 188. Your Chanel. 189. We're very close to 190. We're almost at 190. Come on, almost at 190. We're there. We're almost at 190. Almost at 190. Let's see. Let's see what's going on here. New subscriber. Usually it doesn't say new subscriber. So today it says that. Is he coming or going? What is going on with him? Didn't he say he wants to talk? Can we talk? Are you coming? So, like, well, no. Okay, let's, this is my Chanel, and this is not my Chanel. Okay, let's go and see what's going on in the world. Physics foresee Lorentz transformation and ladder paradox with space-time diagram. COA physics. Is he going to talk about Lorentz?
So with that, let me just quickly state Lorentz transformation and its relationship to space-time diagrams. So, so this is how I like to always specify Lorentz transformation.
Are you going to explain who Lorentz was and how he derived his transformation? Or are you going to talk about Einstein somehow, as if by magic, deriving Lorentz transformation? That's the most ridiculous thing in the world.
I kind of want to do it in terms of two relatively newly defined variables. One of them is beta. It's speed in the unit of speed of light, V over C. So it's a beta, it's a unitless quantity.
It's like everybody repeats what they heard. No one ever says anything new. I mean, there's so much you can say about relativity that makes no sense. You can question it. You can teach it, but you can question it. You can say, you can question it. What's the point? Everybody's teaching the same thing. What's the point?
And it's useful because, well, it makes some of the formulas simple, right? I think that's the most useful way in which it shows. In fact, the very first formula is simplified.
I don't care. Let's look at the history because I was watching a good video about the derivation of z. Where is it? This guy. This guy has a good.
So this is going to be much easier to solve now.
It's not that he has anything good. I don't think he has anything different than anyone else. But as I was watching him, I suddenly had a realization, and I didn't write it down. And now I can't remember the realization. I had a very deep realization. Let's listen. I'm actually going to switch to normal speed because I really want to understand his derivation because I'm confused. Oh yeah, length contraction. What causes? Oh, got it. Got it. So what's the mechanism? What's the mechanical explanation for length contraction? That's the question. So the mechanical explanation for time dilation, we have time dilation and we have the length contraction. So if we do the time dilation, so let's go, as always, we go when we want to learn about relativity, we go to the dialect, sound, clock. In the dialect now, in the dialect sound clock, relativity. I saw it's the last one. Dialect general clock. Oh my god. Sound clock. Dialect sound clock. Relativity. It was the last one. This thing. So they explain not so well because they use waves. It's fine. They use sound waves. So they have a mechanical explanation for time dilation. That's fine. I gave a mechanical explanation for the constancy of the speed of light. And now I also have a mechanical derivation. I wrote a paper, the mechanical derivation of where's the first postulate? It's not here. It's in the finished papers. It's in the ready. Really? I put it in the ready papers. The first postulate is in the ready papers. Oops, you don't see it. So this is my explanation of the first postulate. But this is a mechanical. But this looks just like Lorentz. Lorentz's understanding. This is literally Lorentz. So Lorentz was right. Obviously, the gauge boson, the gauge, the exchange particle, the photon, right? Two electrons are exchanging a photon, and that's how they repel each other. That's a mechanical explanation. That's a mechanical explanation. And that explains the first postulate. This is the explanation why for the constancy of the laws of nature under ether flow. Ether flow maintains constancy of the laws of nature. So if you assume ether, if you don't assume ether, I don't understand. You have to postulate the principle of relativity, that the laws of nature are invariant, that the laws of nature are always true because there's no absolute motion. There's no absolute frame of reference. All your motion is like everything is relative to you. You can always say that you're stationary. That's the principle. That's the Galilean principle of relativity. And that's Einstein's assumption. He just postulated that it's also true for electromagnetic forces, which is ridiculous because the laws of physics include electromagnetism. You're not falling through your chair because of electromagnetism. The sun is shining because of the weak force. The protons are holding together because of the strong force and the neutrons. So, of course, the laws of nature are invariant. Of course, the principle. Okay, so Einstein doesn't really need, but he says, let's assume. So Galileo, the principle of relativity, the Galilean principle of relativity. Did Galileo ever prove his principle of relativity, or did you just assume it? Wait a minute. Did Galileo ever prove his? Wait. Hold it. Did Galileo? Let me check. Let me check it. What do you mean Israel responds to Iran? I don't think Israel is responding to Iran. We'll look at it later. Let me check it. Yo, check it. So, tell me the answer. I want to know the answer. What is the answer? Did Galileo ever prove his principle of relativity? Did Galileo ever prove his principle of relativity justice? Relative justice. Principle of relativity, Einstein, Galileo, Professor Raymond Flood. 8 years ago. Special Relativity Part 1 from Galileo to Einstein. Professor Dave explains. Explícame, por favor. Galileo Principle of Relativity, HSC Physics. Galileo's Principle. 4 minutes. Galileo. What is that car? 4 years ago. Frame of the car. Galileo's theory of relativity. He had a theory. Did he prove it?
Hello, my name is Alyssa Scaminacci, and the experiment I'm demonstrating today begins with me on a carousel unmoving, and the camera also on the carousel. The camera will be acting as our reference point today. Right now, it looks like I'm not moving, but what happens if we change our reference point? Now, I am moving, all because we changed where the camera was placed. All of reality depends on your view. That's relativity.
That's genius. That is genius.
Right now, I'm moving against the carousel spin with the camera returning to its original position. It appears, according to this frame of reference, as if I am moving. Relative to the outside frame of reference, this time I'm actually not moving at all. The question, are we moving, has no meaning unless we specify a reference frame.
That's genius.
This is the whole basis to Galileo's theory of relativity. His whole theory entails that velocity is only relative velocity. Let's get moving on this theory.
Wow, she's brilliant. That is brilliant stuff. Wow.
It appears to be moving at a constant speed, but only because we are standing on the ground with her. If we zoom out a little, she is now moving with the rotation of the Earth, so she is moving at 1,040 miles per hour. Yet, in general, we can't feel Earth's rotation or spin because we are all moving with it at the same constant speed. But the Earth also moves at a constant rate in orbit around the Sun, carrying you as a passenger right along with it.
Wow, good animations.
To determine if something is moving needs a frame of reference. In fact, there is no meaning in the concept of a moving body without reference to its movement relative to another body. Like our movement in the solar system relative to the galaxy, we are really traveling 45,000 miles per hour. Let's take it back to the earlier example. If I walk in the same direction as the carousel spin at a constant speed, we can measure the velocity I am moving around the carousel relative to the camera. However, from an outside reference point, it appears I am moving even faster than before, and now my relative velocity has changed. As shown, this means that velocity can only be measured in reference to a certain object, and the result from that measurement changes when we measure velocity from a different reference point. There is no mechanical test to determine if you are standing still or if you're moving in respect to the whole universe. You could be moving 1,000,000 miles an hour and not even know it. Thank you for watching and have a fizztastic day.
That's brilliant. That's one of the best presentations I've ever seen in my life. Science Ambassador Scholarship Entry Video. Sound effects are accredited to. So this is Science Ambassador Scholarship Entry Video. This was like a competition. Wow. How many videos? There's only one video. Wow. So did she get the job? Let's see. Every observer is always at rest. Well, no, that's undefined. A particle moving in a transmission medium. A very clear and concise explanation. The girl knows some physics, dude. Truly a great video about relativity. This is Galileo's theory of relativity. That's what's amazing. This is Galileo's theory of relativity. So he theorized it. So what's his evidence? So the evidence is as as she presented. So I'll just make a comment. So let me get it straight. Galileo proposed this theory, and in this video we were provided with evidence for this theory. But there's no mechanical model. There was no, I mean, there's evidence. It's a theory, but the theory is not mechanical. So it's not a scientific theory. It's a magical theory. What is the model? There's no explanation for the mechanism that creates this effect. This theory just makes a prediction. It doesn't explain the mechanics. No mechanism by which this theory is provided. So this is not a scientific theory. It's not a valid, it's not a proper, a valid slash proper scientific theory. Now, in this video, we were provided with evidence for this theory. I mean, the evidence is nice, but evidence alone does not make a theory valid or scientifically valid. Scientifically valid. I wonder what the comments will be. Let's see what's going on here. What is going on? We have a sparring partner for you. Oh, okay. Let's go get them.
Your job description?
Yeah, so in my experiment, the main source of information is an image from a camera, which is a better version of just looking at something. And I spend a lot of time making sure that I understand exactly what that camera is telling me.
I would agree. It's better than believing.
Hold on, let me finish. I do multiple measurements. With a known amount of light on the camera, I will take a laser, I'll measure its power, I'll use its known wavelengths to calculate exactly how many, well, not exactly, because, there's an error bar of a couple percent, but how many photons are hitting the camera in a given microsecond, and then I take it with the light on for different amount of times, and then I compare it to the data on the camera.
Turn the camera upside down, photons will fall out of it.
Let him finish.
And so the photons, they hit the camera, they're absorbed by the camera, and they return a result that ends up in a file on my computer. And I have to translate between the numbers in that file and how many photons hit the camera. And so I do this by shining a laser on the camera and doing several measurements, fitting it to a model, and comparing that to the expected value. If those are dramatically different, I have a problem and I need to understand why they're dramatically different. If they're the same, then okay, great. I understand how this camera works properly, just like the manufacturer that sold it to me for $2,000 said it would. And
Okay,
then I
so,
use that
was
to look at. Then I use that to
the,
look at a picture of atom clouds.
What's crazy about this whole argument is that any experiment done by a flat earther is done by them looking out of their eyes. You have to look out of your eyes to see stuff.
Yeah, no, and then
no, that's you're getting your.
I'm not done. I'm
Yeah,
not
hang on.
done. No, you wait. That's not. That's not.
Whoa, and the ground is constantly dropping out from underneath you. You are a flat
Okay, I'm
earther.
moving
You're
into the
stuck in a
break
flat
again.
earther paradigm.
So one thing I'm going to say for that observational for the thing where flat earthers say observations isn't doing science. Astronomy is sometimes literally called
No one said that. You don't
observational
have to keep
astronomy
putting a
whenever
boogeyman out there.
you separate between astrophysics and observational astronomy.
Yeah,
I'd like to
observational astronomy. You just said it. It has a different. It's a different word. There's a different ring to it.
Yeah, that's an observation right there.
Okay, yeah, an observation.
Let's talk
I'd like to
about
propose.
You're again in a category.
All right, one at a time. Into the break. Hold on a second.
It's a composition error because part is not whole. Like you had part of the definition correct, but for what you're saying, you get partial credit.
Into the break. Hang on a second.
Which is fallacious.
I'd
like
to propose a change of topic here. We just got Mr. Slave here in the chat, and we got Weasel in the chat. Definitely a duo that should test out Mr. Slave's physical theories. He's the person who has the theory about ether.
Oh
so
my
that would
God.
be. And
All right.
Tapioca Weasel is a PhD quantum physicist, experimentalist. So let the sparks fly.
I feel like, hold on. I feel like somebody just pushed me in to a giant pit of
that's
thin
what-
piranhas.
That's what just happened.
You should have experience with that being pushed into random shit from grad school.
There's no piranhas here. It's just a.
Okay, not
Okay.
contrarian.
It's not a pit of piranhas. It's more like a pit full of mud.
I just want to point out that again, that when flat earthers reject astronomy as a science, they have to reject the black swan because you have to observe that with your eyes. The camera has to observe it. They have to.
All right, Leo. All right,
So,
Leo. We need to hear
if they're
Mr.
gonna
Slave
reject
versus Tapioca Weasel.
astrophysics,
Come
if
on.
they're going to reject astrophysics as something that can't be done, or astronomy, because you just observe stuff with your eyes, they have to reject the black swan and anything that they think that provides evidence for the flat Earth, because you have to look at it with your eyes.
Yes.
Cool stuff.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So Tapioca, Mr. Slave is not a bad guy. He's generally pretty polite, and it may be good content, but it's not throwing you into a blood sport. All right. And he's not a flat earther, so he says that he accepts all big physics, all standard physics.
No.
So.
He accepts vanilla physics.
Yes,
All right,
there
all
you
right.
go.
What's vanilla physics?
So let's go. All right. So Mr. Slave, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I hold on. Before we start, I do have to point out that I do have my own Sunday show that I'm doing on Maya Adkinson's channel, Bad Science Sunday. It's happening at 6:30 Pacific time, which is less than an hour and a half from now. So I don't have an infinite amount of time.
Sure. It's good content, though, guys. If you're doing a show about bad science, I'm pretty sure this is going to be right up the show's alley. Not throwing any shade.
My show
Well-
is better than streaming Minecraft.
It's not exactly a debate show, but anyway, it's good. But it's good content. I like the show. Tapioca and Maya do well off of each other. They bounce off each other nicely.
Thank you. We try.
Yeah, it's
No,
a good.
you bounce off each other great.
Oh, yeah. Actually, Mr. Slave just asked for in my Mr. Slave be slide into my DMs. Jesus Christ. Let me see if I can find a link. We're covering Tucker Carlson tonight. We're actually doing more of a political show than normal because I posted it in the general chat, but I will also give you that.
Yeah.
I'm the guy with the long hair in the white shirt there that's looking questionably at his tie, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, you will have a hard time figuring out which one is tapioca.
Yeah. All right. So, Mr. Slave, what's up? How you doing?
Fantastic. So, do you want me to just present you my thesis, my ether theory?
Yeah, please.
Okay, it's kind of involved, but there's many ways, there's many directions from which I can approach it. I would start maybe from let's try my ether theory is it's like a grand unified field theory, so it explains special relativity, general relativity, quantum mechanics.
Michelson Morley.
Yeah, I
What
think
doesn't it explain?
I think
Let's
I
start
can.
there. What doesn't it explain?
It doesn't explain dark matter. I don't have an explanation for dark matter, but everything else it fits perfectly with every. I mean, it fits with everything. It doesn't contradict anything in big physics, in mainstream physics. But
Okay, so how is it different from mainstream physics?
it unifies. I mean, it's ether based. So Einstein said the ether is superfluous. I think he's wrong. I think his two.
Does your
Go ahead.
Does your ether do what? So the ether that Einstein was responding to was like the luminiferous ether, the ether that was the postulated necessary medium for light to travel through.
Yeah.
That was specifically what Einstein was talking about. Does your ether fill that same role?
Yeah. My ether is well. It's the quantum field, so it's also the Maxwell luminiferous. Yeah.
It would genuinely have to be to be relevant.
Right. So it's fully compliant with QFT and GR and SR, but on top of
how do you know?
It provide. I mean, what do you mean? How do I know? Like
how do you know? Have you done the calculations to show it's very difficult to show that a theory accounts or is equivalent to another theory unless you're able to mathematically show that at a fairly basic stage from which everything else then is a consequence of. If you're not able to do such a proof showing the equivalence of the two theories, then it becomes very, very difficult, nigh impossible, to show that they actually produce genuinely the same thing for all questions that are within the domain of validity of the theories that you're trying to explain.
Right. I mean, this is why I'm here. This is why I'm always happy to talk about my theory, because I want to get it.
So,
go ahead.
I'm sorry. So, if I had to guess, do you mean that in every situation where you've gone through and carried through the calculation, that it does give you a consistent answer?
I can't say that I've done too many calculations. I just don't need to, because my ether is one layer beneath SR, GR, and QFT. So I don't need to calculate anything basically, and
So how are you judging the success of the theory then?
It gives a foundation to Einstein. It actually replaces
what Is this a foundation that can be demonstrated without using any calculations?
Yeah, minimal, really minimal.
How? Can you explain that? Because I don't like that. That is remarkable to me.
Right. So yeah.
But can you explain it?
Yeah. I'm thinking what should I explain, but sure. So for example, I provide the foundations for SR. So Einstein postulated the first postulate of the principle of relativity and the second postulate of the constant speed of light, both of which I can derive mechanically from the ether model.
Oh, can you show me?
Sure. I've written.
Can you walk me through it? Like I have a whiteboard.
You don't need.
We can go through it.
I have the paper. I'll just give you the paper. You
can, fantastic.
You can follow the slides.
Make sure it's the original paper, Mr. Slave. Remember the one I co-authored with you?
We'll start with the second because it is the most. It is the basis. Then we'll go to the first postulate because it is secondary. The speed of light being a constant.
Hold on. Sorry, I was literally reading chat. So, but the first postulate is secondary. What's the primary thing?
The primary is the second postulate is. I'll present it first. The constant.
Okay.
The constant speed of light that pops right. Go ahead.
Are you streaming anything, or do you have like a thing that I can watch? I turned on my camera. I don't know if you knew that.
Yeah,
but
I'm streaming.
It can be helpful to like do the thing.
Yeah,
I don't know
I'll give you my YouTube so you can watch it right now on YouTube.
Oh, we're live on YouTube right now.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we're live. I'm always live. I'm never not live on YouTube. So you could watch it there, or you can join you can watch my StreamYard, but then it's gonna if you want, then you don't have the delay. Right now you would see like a 5-second delay. Yeah, tell me if you can live with a delay. So
well, if you're showing me what I want to see is I want to be able to see some at some point, hopefully math. Like I'm going to be upfront about that. If you're gonna I'm gonna want numbers if I'm gonna do a measurement or if I'm going to judge measurements, and that tends to be associated with a mathematical model on some level.
Right.
So
So that's actually a logical fallacy. I mean, if I can prove something,
Lost hot mic.
Okay.
So if I can,
just a really loud hot mic. Sorry.
So if I can prove something, then
you're correct.
Then right,
you're correct.
If you feel that you can reject
if you can prove something, you're probably doing math.
Well, I don't know what probably means, but if you can show me my proof is wrong, I would be very happy because I'm here to stress test my theory. Now, actually, I will not be able to open and stream it. I can't share it. I can't share it.
Did you give me a link? I can't remember. Did you say
you
gave me a link?
The one above in the side chat. The one above
in the side chat or in the actual stream chat?
Side chat. I always use the side. I don't know why people don't use the side chat. I always use the side chat.
Okay,
So the previous link, proof to Einstein's special relativity's second postulate.
Well, that doesn't. Okay. Einstein's second postulate of special relativity.
Can you share
posits that the speed of light. I can share it. Yeah, hold on. Let me just make sure. Okay, I got to close that porn window. That one should be good.
You don't have to read it. You could just go through the slide.
You get the one with the midgets.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, there we go.
And the forced homosexuality.
I mean, you can read it.
That I got.
You can either read it or we can go through the slides and I'll explain. The intro is actually very powerful, so you can read it quickly. I think you're not going to need the slides once you read the abstract. I think the abstract will explain everything, but if not, then ask me questions.
There you go. Okay, Einstein. So I'm going to read the abstract at first, right?
Okay.
Einstein's second postulate of special relativity posits that the speed of light is constant and independent of the motion of the source or observer. In this paper, in a vacuum, but yeah. In this paper, we argue that the constancy of the speed of light is not merely an assumption, but a consequence of the measurement process itself. Okay. Specifically, we demonstrate that when the speed of any wave is measured using clocks that operate based on the same type of wave, the result will always show a constant speed of wave, regardless of the emitter or observer's motion. Second paragraph of the abstract. Totally cheating, by the way. You're not allowed a second paragraph of the abstract. Okay, what are you doing? I'm sorry. Yeah. We extend this reasoning to electrodynamic waves. I should certainly hope so if you're talking about light, because suggesting that because all known clocks in the universe rely on mechanisms governed by electrodynamics, the observed invariance of the speed of light is a mathematical inevitability. This insight implies that Einstein's second postulate is a specific incidence of a broader principle governing the measurement of wave speeds. Our analysis underscores that the constancy of the speed of light is rooted in a completely simple technicality rather than some fundamental concept of constant of nature, providing a new perspective on the significance of special relativity. This feels like it should be the start of a paper about the one-way speed of light.
No,
because the one-way speed of light is a topic that is a lot more subtle than most people give it credit for, and that you actually do have to. There is no way independent of a convention for defining it. There is no way independent of a convention for defining it to measure the one-way speed of light.
I have no opinion about the one-way speed of light.
That's fair, but the thing about special relativity is it does choose a convention. It's pretty open about that. What you point out in the first paragraph here, you demonstrate that when the speed of a wave is measured using clocks that operate based on the same type of wave. That's a very general statement. I don't think you can actually prove that unless you're being almost tautological with your restriction that it is the same type of wave. And actually, I mean, even if you are like, if you just measure crests and you move in a thing against the direction of the crest, like you're not, well, I guess then you have to account for the speed that you know you're moving at to actually do the measurement. So no, that's not a good. Okay, sorry. Go on.
You can continue. I mean, I don't even remember what it says. I usually don't read it. I just go through the slides.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it works out for you.
Okay.
In order to derive Einstein's second postulate, we will introduce the following thought experiment. This thought experiment will consist of a bathtub filled with water. In this bathtub, we will place a rubber ducky. We will add some technological advancements to this rubber ducky. I'm all about the narrative about the rubber ducky that this paper is developing. It's very exciting. Using these technological advancements, the rubber ducky will measure the velocity of the surface water waves. What about the subsurface water waves, though?
It's just an analogy.
But fair enough. We will demonstrate that the velocity as measured by the rubber ducky will be constant regardless of the motion of the rubber ducky relative to the water. Okay.
You'll see it. I mean, it's words.
Once we demonstrate the conclusion relative to the velocity of the water surface waves, it should become obvious to the reader. Man, I hate it whenever people say that because it's never obvious to the reader. It's very because they always say that when they're hiding 3 pages of mathematics. I feel like that's not what's happening here, but still.
Yeah.
Like, have you read the Popov paper on Machian orbital mechanics, where he says, "Well, I did it for Mars, so we can expect it's going to work for everything."
I have not. That's interesting.
I should complete it, but I think you'll get it. Maybe you can help me do the proof, the completion of the proof, once you understand the direction I'm taking the proof.
I doubt that, but okay.
Maybe.
Once we demonstrate this conclusion, the conclusion that the velocity measured by the rubber ducky will be constant regardless of the motion of the rubber ducky. Once we demonstrate this, it should become obvious to the reader that a similar process occurs when we, as humans in real life, measure the speed of electromagnetic waves. That is fundamentally missing a key point, I think. But so we got the thought experiment. Okay, so this is the water in the bathtub. The water in the bathtub is this blank area.
Yeah, it's a top view.
Okay, it's a top view. So the bathtub has it's a rectangular bathtub with a floating speech bubble and a shelf that says figure 1.1.
Exactly.
Okay. I'm sorry. Now we have so the rubber ducky is the rectangle.
Yeah. Now we add. This is the clock. So the clock.
I feel like you cut in and said clock so that I wouldn't intentionally mispronounce that word and make a joke.
Clock.
I mean, I didn't see the L at the beginning, so I was just gonna say, but well done. All I'm saying. Okay, so that's its clock.
So it has.
Why is it two things?
It's
why are there two clocks?
It's an emitter. The top little rectangle is an emitter, and the bottom is the detector. So the top is going to emit a water wave, a water surface wave, and the bottom is going to detect the incoming water surface. So this is the beginning. So you saw what you saw. That's So that's the beginning of.
So it's initiating.
Yeah, it's tapping. It's tapping the water,
and now it's radiating.
It's one wave over time, radiating, and then you can see it's hitting the detector, and it's called. This is called the tick. And now,
fair.
And now a talk.
Okay, so the tick defines some characteristic instant in time. T equals 0 potentially for the tick detector. Have we defined that for presumably the talk detector? I would have called this the tick one and been like, it releases a wave and then it gets detected by this one.
That is a single wave. That's not multiple waves. It's a T equals 1. The wave is
okay. Well, you can release a soliton that had like one well-defined crest.
Okay.
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
But or you could keep on moving the thing, right? Like just be slapping.
I'm just not. The top sends out the tick. The bottom discovers the tick and will respond with a talk. So it's a ping pong. You'll see. It's a ping pong. This is the basis of Einstein's photon clock, but expressed with waves.
So far, I love your the explication of the thought experiment. It is so far very clear.
Thank you.
I would like a distance here, potentially.
A what?
But you don't need one.
A what?
A distance between the two.
Oh yeah, it should be L. You're right. Yeah, it's a constant. That's a good point.
But well, it's not. I mean, it's not necessarily a constant, right? I mean, I don't know what sort of voodoo you're going to get up here. Maybe there's an earthquake about to hit the house, and the tub is going to shake back and forth. Then we're going to have to do a whole bunch of boosts into parallel moving Lorentz frames. It's a whole hot mess. Anyway, okay, so
now
we got the tick.
Right.
It hits the tick detector.
And now the tick detector, they switch roles. The tick detector becomes the talk emitter. They just switch roles. Now the bottom one is going to emit a response. This is the initiation of the talk response. And they're just going to ping pong back and forth. That's it. Nothing fancy.
Very Minecrafty.
And it goes on. So another tick cycle is now continuing, and that's it. That was until section 1.1, slide 1.8. I'm sorry. So now we're switching to 2.1. So in 2.1,
Yeah, so now the rubber ducky is moving.
Yeah.
Okay, so there are imaginary little green lines indicating motion and a very real purple arrow.
Right.
The ticking wave has been initiated. Okay, this was the ticking wave before, but it's fine.
No, the top is the tick. The ticking is the top. When the top starts, it's called tick. When the bottom starts, it's called talk. The bottom is the tick detector. And the talk.
Okay. No, you're right. Okay, I actually see your point there.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's been initiated. It's moving. This is an excellent. Your reasoning here is prototypical.
Thank you.
In a good way.
Right. So I mean, then no, but you need to. So you see here time dilation. Notice that you see time dilation.
I do not see here time dilation.
Well, the clock, the tick tocking
necessarily. It may be there, but I'm not seeing it.
But as the ducky now is moving through the water, the tick tocking, we see it slowing down. So we see time dilation. But
the Doppler shift is the manifestation of time dilation.
No, there's no Doppler shift.
Essentially.
No, there's no Doppler.
This is exactly Doppler shift. There's a Doppler shift that is associated with the sign of the angle off of perpendicular, right?
There's no Doppler shift. I mean, this is the rubber ducky tick.
That's why you get the ticks are being dilated. They're occurring less frequently. The frequency of the ticks is getting lower as you move away from the thing causing the ticks. That is Doppler shift. It's not different from what you're describing. It's a different word for what you're describing.
That's amazing. So you're saying that ultimately, internally, the mechanism, you just discovered that the very essence of the mechanism of special relativity is a Doppler shift. That's unbelievable. All right. That's nice. I'll note it. I'll put your name. It's being recorded, so you're going to receive the credit for this.
I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Okay, so it is.
But this is.
You're seeing it takes a longer time because the signal is moving at a finite rate.
Yeah.
And that rate is not invariant with the speed of the reference frame. So critically, it is not the case that the green rectangle, the ducky does not see the wave always move at the same speed in its reference frame, correct?
It does, because that is the clock. The ducky.
Yeah, but it doesn't. When it's over here, it's going to see it moving more and more slowly. I don't know. Are you able to see my cursor?
Yes.
When I move it?
Yes.
Okay. So when it's over here, it's moving away from the source, and the gap between each tick is going to be longer. When it's here, it's moving perpendicular to the source, and you're not going to have much of a shift. When it was over here, when it was approaching, it is going to be approaching the source, and the gap between each tick is going to be much shorter. So you're going to get sort of a dispersion sort of curve where it goes up and is antisymmetric about the origin, describing the observed frequency of the ticking source as you approach and move past it.
But this is the very consciousness of the duck. The duck doesn't have a separate clock. This is the only clock it has.
Where the hell did consciousness come into this? We're talking about ticks, and we're talking about you write them off with a thing. Like, it's very straightforward. Like, we wait until we observe this thing, and then we mark it down on our piece of paper, and we observe the clock time. Consciousness is just required. Like, the graduate students, they have to be conscious, because if they're not conscious, then they're not going to take the data. But it's not deeper than that. Consciousness is not relevant here. Why are we talking about consciousness?
I'm just saying that the ducky doesn't.
I'm sorry, I kind of lost it there.
It's okay. The ducky just doesn't have. The ducky doesn't have another clock. That is the only clock the ducky has. So the ducky's now.
I question if the grad students are really conscious.
Fair enough.
The
the ducky only has one clock. Yeah. The ducky has a clock that it's carrying with it because every point in space always has a clock that is like being carried with it in thought experiments. That's the beauty of thought experiments, is you can give them all sorts of like absurd, logic defying resources, and it doesn't cost any more grant money.
Right. Anyway, but my point is that the ducky wants to measure the velocity of the water waves. So the distance being constant, and as far as the ducky is concerned, the time is constant. Therefore, the velocity of the water waves is a constant.
It's like no part of that argument worked together and made sense to me. Is my point.
You're gonna break them again. Relax, man.
I mean, I think that like maybe okay. Well, there's math here. So if you're talking about the observation of what the ducky sees in the water, is it always going to, like, in the frame of the water, going to see, like, the velocity of those waves moving apart? Which is, I think, a very reasonable and intuitive way of defining that, but it wasn't... But you haven't defined it yet, so it's not clear. That's true. Like, I don't disagree with that. But for one thing... all of this is occurring at very low speeds. And because this legitimately just, like, the very reasonable experiment that you're looking at here, velocity, distance over time, the time isn't necessarily going to be monolithic between two events, like if you're accelerating, for example.
It doesn't matter.
Or actual.
It doesn't matter. You can do anything you want. The duck will always measure a constant velocity of water surface waves. The duck
won't.
There's no experiment.
Nothing that you've explained.
There's no experiment the ducky can conduct to discover the motion of the ether. The motion of the water, sorry.
Then why add it?
One second. Let's just first of all let's realize that this model.
I don't agree. I'm not going to agree. The upshot here is the conclusion, which is that the velocity of the waves is always a constant c. I might agree with certain other caveats that you have not articulated. Like, I need to know what frame this is being measured with respect to. Whose clock are we using?
The ducky. The ducky is all we care about. The ducky, we know the ducky is moving through the water, but the ducky can never discover that it's moving through the water. So that explains why. That also explains why Michelson will always get a null result. Why no interferometer will ever discover the ether. But we'll come back to the Michelson. For now, we've proved that the speed of light is a constant if we assume ether. So we proved Einstein's second postulate.
You haven't proved anything. You've stated it.
I agree with the audience, I suppose. But I am willing to move on because
wait, no.
Sometimes
no.
No? Okay, we don't have to. Yeah.
So
this, like, you're not. Here's my fundamental thing. Is there are statements that you're making here that make a lot of sense and are correct in a certain, like, context and reference frame under a certain set of definitions, which are sometimes very reasonable. There's other things here which are categorically not true, I think, in any reasonable way of defining when these events occur. If you actually stick to so if you were to write down the time and place of every thing that is of interest here for all observers according to their own local clock, and you have defined at some point a synchronization convention for those clocks, then we can go through and reason and then speak very precisely about the relative timing and observations of things. But if you're saying that this ducky is not going to notice that the waves are hitting it at different intervals while it's approaching the tick emitter and while it's leaving the tick emitter, which is my understanding of what you've said. If I've misunderstood, I apologize. But if that is what you're saying, that's simply not true, unless there's also like a dramatic gradient in the composition of the fluid, which, I mean, I suppose you could add that later, but it would be a very, Greek god way of doing physics.
I have a question for you.
Wait, 1 second. What?
I don't know your name.
Oh,
Really quick question for you.
For whom?
We're talking about waves and a ducky. When a wave hits the duck, it moves, right?
No.
So
This is internal. No, this is in.
I'm not asking you. Red shirt, what's your name? The person reviewing this.
Tapioca.
What, me?
Tapioca.
Oh, red shirt. Yeah, sorry, I'm wearing a red shirt. Yeah. I'm Tapioca. My name is Mike Vandegraff, but I go by Tapioca Weasel.
Oh, I'm going to call you Mike, okay? If a wave hits a duck, whether it's a rubber ducky or a real duck, that duck is going to increase in velocity due to the wave hitting it and going underneath it, correct?
I mean, yeah.
So
in the obvious frame that is available, yes.
So the duck can't be at a constant velocity because once the waves settle down, it will be in a different position. I'll grant that maybe it won't know where it's at, but it will know that it has moved.
Yes. However, notice that this duck is very long. It is many wavelengths of the wave, and it is only an asymmetry in that amount that is going to cause you to have a shift. Otherwise, all of the full ones in between, if they're at equal amplitude, are gonna cancel out. So it's not a huge effect. If it was like a little buoy that is only on one side of one wave at a time, then it would have a much bigger effect.
So I didn't understand this, and I still might not understand it. But one of the things that I think, just from listening to this, is that he has the wave emitter outside the a distance from the ducky. But what happens is the ducky, because he says the ducky has no clock, what it means is that even though he heads, let's say he heads directly towards it, rather than him realizing he's hitting, waves more frequently, because he has no clock, he can't actually do that.
They all have clocks.
Well, that's my thinking. Yes, I would think that they would all have to have clocks. However, I think that his hypothesis, perhaps not stated.
The thing about thought experiment grant foundations is they give you an infinite amount of money, so they all have clocks.
Okay. Well, I understand that, but I think that his claim is that in his formulation, Mr. Slave, you can correct me if I'm wrong, it cannot have a clock because the only way that it has a clock is by measuring the waves. It perceives the waves hitting it the same amount of time, whether they are or not.
Right. So the clock is the tick-tock. And as far as the duck is concerned, the wave goes from the emitter to the detector, which is L, at the same tick-tock, which is, that's the definition of time. So L over T is always a constant. So the duck always measures a constant speed of water surface waves. And this is
so you're what L over T. In what coordinate frame are we measuring the positions for L?
the duck. This is everything in reference
The
to
duck. Okay. So when the duck is approaching, and we're also using the duck's watch.
That is the tick-tock. We're not doing anything. The duck is the experiment.
Oh, well, if we're using the tick-tock, then everything is going to be at 1 tick per tick.
Exactly.
Okay. I'm seeing where we've been talking past each other this whole time, and we have been. We've been talking past each other this whole time.
Okay.
Everything always moves at, in some sense, one like thing per the way you measure that thing. Like that is true, and we don't disagree with that. But the difference is, the reason that I say everybody has a clock, the reason that I say that is because everybody in your thought experiment has very poorly paid graduate students that are very small, and they sit at every point in space, and they write down exactly what time they do things like see a red photon from that direction. And then later, after they've written it down, now it's on a piece of paper, it records their measurement, and then later other graduate students go and they go through all the pieces of paper and they figure out when everything sort of happened. But if you're just saying that the time between when people wrote down that they saw a thing is the time that between when they wrote down when they saw a thing, that's tautological. Like, you haven't actually given us more information. It's the relationships between those different points of view that is important. If you have a clock, the clock is not going to measure all of those waves passing by at the same rate if it's going towards, past, and then away from the source.
Wait, do you agree that the speedometer of the duck will always register a constant speed regardless of any motion of the duck, backwards, forwards, up, down, as long as it's on the surface? It doesn't matter how
the way you said that, no, but the way you meant it, yes. The way you said it, it was basically like the duck is moving, and even if it moves in totally different ways, it's still moving constantly. But that's not what you meant. So yeah, to what you meant.
The duck, it doesn't matter how you play with the duck. You can pull it, you can tug it to the right, slow, fast, to the left, away. It doesn't matter what you do, as fast as you want.
It does matter. That's, you're literally saying if you change the velocity, then don't you agree the velocity doesn't change? I'm not going to agree to that.
The way the duck measures the velocity, it always gets the same number. The speedometer.
0.
No.
The way the duck measures velocity is always going to be 0, I think.
No, it has a clock. It tick-tocks. It whatever, it has a tick-tock. That's why I said it's like consciousness. Imagine this.
Yeah, but
imagine the tick-tock is the consciousness of the duck. The duck works on water wave consciousness.
Do you want me to stand up and walk away again in anger?
Why?
Because when you start appealing to consciousness, like, if I wanted to talk to who's just a random Jordan from Spirit Science, I probably would, though. Never mind. I'll stop talking.
Yeah, you would.
Yeah.
Look, the speedometer on the duck registers.
I have a show in 45 minutes. I'm gonna have to go soon.
Look,
yeah, I'm supposed
it has an L, right? You agree that there is an L, right? The duck knows the distance between the
If you smoke enough weed, you're definitely talking about consciousness with somebody.
Oh, man. Oh, wait, no. We decided not to do that video. We were going to maybe do a free will video.
Oh. I'd love that.
Yeah, but yeah, we're not, actually. We're doing a Tucker Carlson video.
Yeah, that's good. That's fine. I'm just saying, for later.
Look, you can, like the if you want, you can separate. You can put the clock.
I posted the link again.
You can separate the clock from the measurement. I wanted to simplify it, but you can have a different clock. the TikToks in the water, and then the duck would
that one will always measure a constant
velocity
in its own. But the duck in the reference frame that the duck is carrying with it, it does not. It is categorically not constant. The velocity of the waves in that reference frame, it, like if you were to draw a grid on this green rectangle and you were to mark every time a grid intersection passed one of the crests of the waves, it would manifestly, obviously not be constant. That is the coordinate system that the duck is carrying with it. Even in Galilean relativity, it's not in that sense constant.
Look, the duck measures L, the number of ticks from the emitter to the receiver. It knows the L and it measures the number of ticks. If the number of ticks is based on water waves, it will always be a constant number of ticks.
How does it receive? How does it get the information coming from the receiver?
Also, answer that first.
Wait, what's the question?
How does it get so information has to travel for it to measure a tick. Information, the wave not only has to hit the receiver, but the duck has to receive that information from the receiver.
I mean,
unless the receiver is the duck. I don't think
this is the duck. There's nothing else to the. That's why I said this is the consciousness of the duck. There's nothing else to the duck besides what you see. There's nothing else. The rubber ducky, that's all it is. It's an emitter and receiver. That's all it is. And this is the simplest case, that it takes one tick, right? Let's say it's 1 second. So it's one tick for a water wave to traverse L. And that's the speed. It's 1 L per 1 tick. That's velocity. That's the speed that the duck measures at rest. But that's also the speed it will measure at any velocity that we move it. It will always be, 1 L per tick. So the duck will always measure a constant speed of light, a constant speed of water waves. And for the same reason, we always measure a constant speed of light, because we are immersed in ether. So the constant speed
It's not, though.
Why not?
Yeah.
Because the reason it's not is because we have multiple different sources of these waves. And if the ether existed and they all were propagating through the ether, they would behave in a way that you could reconcile from an ether frame. That is factually not possible. Unless you're going to... Actually, I'm not even sure it makes as much sense as special relativity. Unless you're going to just add in Lorentz contractions by hand, which is what Lorentz did.
We'll come back to Lorentz. I don't need, for now, I'm not going to, this doesn't need Lorentz contraction. I'm not even discussing time dilation. I'm just, at this point, I'm just
You're right, but the thought experiment version of it should.
These will be separate papers. This paper, there's one paper for the second postulate. There's a separate paper for the first postulate. There's going to be a paper. There's many papers that I'm working on. So this is just a paper to demonstrate that if you assume ether, you immediately get the constant speed of the speed of the waves in the fluid is a constant, and you can never detect moving through the medium. So if we are immersed in an ether, this suggests, well, this gives us a constant speed of light. We can never escape the constant. That is why it looks like a cosmic law. It's not. It's just it's just wave dynamics. It's just the way waves behave. It's not even wave mechanics. It's geometry. It's like something really simple. It's
not. If you think it's all that simple, then you haven't gotten to the hard parts yet.
This
frankly.
is just
Like,
the second postulate. There's no hard part. This is just.
Bro, I have tried to explain in several different ways specific parts of this that are the hard parts. How are you defining when things happen? How are you defining
with
respect to which coordinate system things are happening?
Everything is.
Omnivore asked you a question earlier, and
I answered
no offense,
Omnivore. I answered him.
Yeah, you did. I'm not saying you didn't respond to Omnivore. I kind of gave you an answer earlier, though.
But let me answer what you just asked. I mean, everything we're discussing is inside the frame of the duck. Inside the frame of the duck, there is an L and there is a T, and L over T never changes. So V never changes. V is a constant C, and it will never
when
change.
you say L over T never change, like but it does though.
Not
the amount of time that it takes you for a particular like crest of the wave. This like I feel like I'm missing something additional to the thing that I was missing for a while, and it might just be a different manifestation of the same thing. It is like unless you're always saying that the time it takes between two crests is the time it takes between two crests.
No.
Look, unless that's what you're saying,
just don't. I'll simplify it. I would avoid using the word time. It might confuse the discussion. So I just use ticks. Well, look.
Yeah, but we need to know. But we need to be able to compare ticks. If you have a tick, imagine you have a sequence of 5 ticks. Tick, 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 tick.
What?
And we're done. That was a sequence of 5 ticks. Explain to me the difference between those without appealing to time in any useful sense.
No, all I'm saying is time, whatever it is, we define it technically using clocks. We don't like time is a nice concept, but as scientists, we define it we have a metric, we have a way to measure it, and the way to measure it is using a device called a clock. When a clock ticks, that is definition of a second unit of time. So the duck is a good scientist, and it defined exactly what time is and what a tick is. And it measured, it turned on the clock, it's waiting for the first tick, and at the end of the tick, it got a wave. So it knows L, it got a detection of a tick.
That's one measurement. That was the first measurement.
That's all it needs.
Because you need 2, right? You need 2.
It's not going to change, but let's just. I don't want to.
You can't measure. You can't measure a time difference if you don't measure 2 events.
Let's just start. Let's just start the discussion with 1. We're having like challenging enough of a time with 1, so we'll come back to the top.
Okay.
Just
okay. So
look.
That is the point. Okay. So let me. I am going to have to actually go like very soon though.
I sent you a friend request. We can continue some other time. There's no rush.
Yeah, I already accepted. I think I responded.
Yeah, I think maybe we did. Yeah. Look,
I
appreciate you.
With the Aether,
I appreciate
if the Aether is not detectable.
What?
How is your theory falsifiable?
That's a good question. We'll come back to it. That's another paper. That's probably the vertical particle accelerator will do the job, but an interferometer is a violation of the first postulate. So an interferometer probably cannot work because it would suggest that I would turn my head and see the world in a different way, which we don't witness. It would violate Galilean relativity.
Hold on. Are you saying that when you turn your head, you don't see the world in a different way?
Yeah, it's
because when I turn my head, I'm able to see stuff over there, whereas before I couldn't see stuff over here. It's very different.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll come back to it. We'll talk.
That was a bit of a cheap shot. And I acknowledge that. I'm gonna have to go.
No, it was good. It was good. A good point. No. I take it. No. The turn my head and the world changed. That's actually
It
a
was
good
a little
point.
bit of a good point, but it was the way I did it was a bit of a cheap shot, I think. Let me turn off my camera before I close the thing. Yeah, but you guys should all come and watch us on Bad Science Sunday in 33 minutes if we start on time. We're going to be talking about a video from Tucker Carlson, and it's not really going to be that much about science. So, like, yeah, Sean, I do need to clean my room. But,
Sean,
Uh,
I need to clean my room.
in the side
he
chat.
saw.
Yeah.
Oh, he saw the background that your room is not clean.
Yeah, it's objectively kind of funny.
You don't want to see my room. Oh my god! It's like my house is perfect, but the whole mess is just in my office. Like all the mess is here.
My mess is like it's not like that bad in my opinion.
My mess is terrible. I gotta do something about it.
Like I don't just have like old food lying around, right?
I'm not up to that. I just
no, you shouldn't be. That's like that's unhealthy. Don't do that. Don't just like let old food like sit around your place.
No.
I may or
You're
may
gonna
not
get
be
it.
speaking to somebody who did that in the past.
You're gonna get a kitchen like Jin.
That sounds awful.
All right,
Bro,
thanks for
imagine
stopping by,
being
Tapioca.
related-
Thank
imagine
you.
being related to the guy that invented
Very fun.
Dr. Weasel, I'll just say I think you have given him the most credit of anyone, even more than Professor Parks. So I applaud you on your patience and desire to build bridges with people.
We actually are questioning your knowledge because he gave you a go, and it seems very odd.
Okay, well, if unwelcome nuance is not what you're into, that maybe science is not what you're into.
Anyway, I definitely I
The only
definitely
thing Sean's into is if they dix it. So
No, what I'm into is showing that Pastor Sea Lion over here is is forming a congregation.
Yeah,
Look.
Father Sea Lion has a congregation coming up soon. Congregation.
Look, I just wanted to thank you for your time. I really appreciate it, and you were very cordial. Like a lot of people, instinctively, like mainstream people, instinctively they hear ether and they think they need to defend mainstream against the apostate. What do you call it when somebody like the disbeliever?
Yeah, I mean, so I would say that I was defending mainstream. Like I'm a very mainstream physicist. Okay,
Mhm.
I have no doubt whatsoever about, except for like the basic doubt that I have that reality is real, that the Earth is not flat, for example.
Yeah.
And so like.
Yeah, I'm thoroughly on board with everything. Like I'm completely mainstream. I don't deny any mainstream. I'm just saying that
mainstream is as mainstream does.
Mr. Slave, it's so weird when you say that because in the same breath you then say how it's wrong.
Like I'm with them a little bit there. Like
No,
you
I'm
gotta
not.
see. Hold on.
Oh no, I am too. Or we'll put it this way: I fully agree that at a certain scale of science, you must have a certain bit of faith to endure.
Okay, I gotta go. I'm getting yelled at from somebody.
Go clean your room.
I go. So
I'll see you. Thank you.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Yep. Did you post the link, Dr. Weasel? or whoever?
Politics is your thing on
He
me
already
for
did
real?
several times.
Okay, cool.
Wait, what link? The
Mr.
link to his
Slave, I
show?
have a question for you. A
For
very
me?
serious question. For once.
Why do smarts felt?
If the rubber ducky is attractive enough, will it be able to make you into forced homosexuality?
It has to be a chick. Yeah. It has to be a rubber ducky chick. And she's got to be
So
hot.
if it was a hot chick wearing a rubber ducky suit,
Oh,
would that work?
definitely, for sure.
I just wanted to check.
Yeah, that goes without saying. Like, I don't care then. Like, relativity, schmelativity. I'll deny relativity if it makes her happy.
Wow.
You'll deny relative. So what part of what part of mainstream do you actually agree with?
I agree with all of it. I'm proposing the foundation. I'm giving Einstein a proof for his postulate. I'm not denying Einstein. I'm proposing a proof for what he postulated. Postulate means just assumed. He just asserted two assumptions and based everything he did on those two assumptions. And I'm saying Einstein, you don't need.
How far do assumptions get you?
Bro, let him finish answering one question before we get
Shut
on another
up,
one.
White Knight. Jesus fucking
Mr.
Christ.
Slave, you were saying?
Mr.
Look,
Slave.
an assumption is a very nice word for a lie. So the theory of special relativity and therefore general relativity is a lie. So I enter the picture and I say these are not lies because they're no longer assumptions. The first and second
Wait,
postulate.
what came first? What came first? Special relativity or general relativity?
Special. 10 years
Okay, just checking.
before. Yeah.
Okay, yep. Just checking.
But they're both based on two assumptions which no one ever bothered to prove. So the whole thing is founded on air. These are not scientific theories. So I'm entering the picture and I'm converting Einstein's non-scientific non-theories into proper scientific theories. I'm reducing
Can I ask you
Einstein.
something?
Sure.
Why didn't Einstein? I like how you say it so much better than how I say it. Why did Einstein not make it reality or science, as you said it? Why didn't he do it?
I mean, Lorentz was in the process of doing. Lorentz was proposing. I can go through. Really, the last 24 hours have been very like I realized a lot of things. So probably what happened was that everybody believed in the ether. Everybody believed in a mechanical universe. But then Michelson got the null result like 30 years before, and they were scratching their heads. Where's the ether? Like the universe is mechanical. What?
There is none that there is none that would make it a phenomena to account for something, right? Like to be something, there has to be some type of observation or effect of an observation that would show us a quote unquote ether was there, even to the point of dark matter, for instance, as an example. We don't know what it is. We're not saying it is this, but we are saying, hey, phenomena, give it a name so we can refer to it as something. And I don't see where ether has that.
Anyway, ether has a lot of evidence to its existence. Let's begin with Young's experiment. Young's original double slit experiment proved that light is a wave. And then immediately
is light ether?
Excuse me?
Is light ether?
Well, let me just finish the sentence, and then maybe you'll understand. If not, you can ask. But so Young proved that Young through the original double slit experiment. So he proved that light creates an interference pattern when you pass a light through two slits. You get an interference pattern. The only thing they knew does that is waves. So they concluded, Young concluded light is a wave. But if light is a wave, then what is it waving through? So the answer is, the implied answer, well, there must be an ether that the universe is submerged in, because I can look out my window and see a star. If light is a wave, that means the entire visible universe must be submerged in this fluid. So that's the ether. That's the evidence for the ether is Young's original double slit experiment.
Okay, so then can I ask a simple question?
Sure.
Since we live in a fluid, can we measure light without that fluid?
It's not a question of measure light. I mean, how do you explain?
It's just it's an example. Can we measure light in a vacuum? AE, no ether, right? Because you can.
But
it's a vacuum in the ether.
Yeah,
So it's still no ether, right?
Look,
in the ether.
Look,
it's all based in the ether.
Look.
Is there ether within that chamber?
So look, Young conducted a double slit experiment.
Don't do that, Mr. Slave. I'm trying to ask questions so I understand what you're saying.
I'm trying. Yeah, go ahead to answer.
Okay.
I'll do my best to answer.
No. Okay. In a chamber, can we measure light without ether?
How?
A vacuum chamber. Okay, that's what I'm asking. Does a vacuum chamber always have ether within it?
According to Young's double slit experiment, yes. You can. The ether is even when you create a vacuum, the ether must still be there. If light is able to go through a vacuum chamber, then there must be ether, because I mean.
Okay, then can I get one more question?
Sure.
Okay. So if that's the case,
Mm-hmm.
then how are you contributing it to a physical property that would affect light?
I don't understand the question.
So if we can measure it in a vacuum chamber, and the light is measured regardless of ether, right? And when it's in hot mic, when
no,
we now take this through our atmosphere and measure light, wouldn't there be a difference that we could account for it being the ether?
No. I kept saying no, and you kept going. So everything you said from the beginning, repeat, and when you say the wrong thing, I'll stop you. So ask the question again.
Okay. If there's ether in a vacuum chamber, and we can measure light, when we take outside the vacuum and measure light,
what do you mean?
Shouldn't there be
wait?
Like
What do you mean?
just measuring?
Wait. Hold
the
on.
difference between measuring light in LIGO and measuring light across a desert flat, or in a lab without a vacuum chamber.
No. The vacuum chamber. Look, in space, you look outside, you see a star. There's a vacuum between you and the star. But if you pass the light from the star through a double slit, you'll get an interference pattern. That means light is a wave, but it travels through the vacuum of space. That means the vacuum of space is filled. It's not a vacuum. It must mean the vacuum of space is filled with the fluid of the ether. That's what it means.
Okay, so what you're saying by ether is, quote unquote, the fabric of space.
Actually, those are the words of Einstein from 1920 lecture at Leiden. Literally, he said that. But I disagree with Einstein about that.
So what I'm thinking is did you take what he originally postulated and then ignore what he redefined to explain it in scientific terms?
I disagree with Einstein's lecture in Leiden in 1920 at Lorenz's University. I disagree with his comments. He says that the ether is not flowing. He literally says the ether is the fabric of general relativity. It is the medium of the electromagnetic waves, but it does not flow. So I disagree with the does not flow. And I disagree that it's the fabric of GR. It's not. GR is a mathematical tool that just describes the ether flow, but the ether is a fluid and it does flow.
Is ether gravity?
The
And is
ether
gravity
must flow.
and is a gravity of a physical property to you?
Ether is a fluid flowing through the apple into the earth is a good mechanical explanation of gravity, and there is no other mechanical explanation of gravity.
If it flows through, well, how does it affect?
It drags the apple towards the earth.
And like if a strong wind hits your back and it moves you?
Well, yeah, very similar, but it's like it's water that it moves through the apple. Like the ether.
Okay. When that happens, so let's use our body. Let's say we can visually see the ether affecting our bodies, kind of like when you put an object in a wind tunnel, right? You can see how it affects. So when the apple, for instance, is the ether is pushing down on the apple,
it's not.
You would see a measurable amount of ether on the sides.
No, it
on
goes
top.
No,
but not directly under it. Why?
No, because this is where the ether is the quantum field of the universe. So the apple is made up of elementary particles. But according to quantum field theory, these are waves. The electron is a wave. There are no particles. So the apple doesn't contain any particles. You don't contain any particles. It's all waves. The apple waves.
So do you think
I'll just finish.
Is an atom fake to you? Like an atom and shit?
It's not fake. I mean, it's not to me. This is modern physics. This is quantum field theory. That
But you're ahead of the art. You're throwing something so far ahead of the conversation that it's not even relevant to the beginning of our conversation.
No, it comes quantum field theory and the particle wave duality necessarily comes out of this discussion because you're trying to see how the apple moves or how the apple survives the flow of the ether. And if you want,
what is the biggest issue in this combination, right? Like, what's the biggest issue?
Sorry. I don't mean to interrupt. Guys, I don't mean to interrupt. Omnivore.
Yeah.
Are you available on Sunday, November 10th in the evening? To come on Bad Science Sunday?
Yes, I absolutely would be.
Fantastic. All right.
Yeah.
You're our guest for November 10th.
Fantastic. All right. Send me an email. I'd love to do that. All right.
Thank you. Talk to you later.
All right.
Where's my invite?
Yeah, where's mine? Sean, you want to invite me to your show so I can go on? Do you want me to come?
He left, didn't he?
No way.
You just got completely cucked.
You're a gamma male.
Yeah, gamma male. What even is a gamma male?
I don't know, dude. I have no idea.
It's like I never heard that before. I heard Winston say it. I was just like, bro, what the fuck?
So, do you guys enjoy my conversation with Topical Cream and with
That guy
Sean
was
G?
a spaz.
Just say Topical Cream.
He was the one that was just in here, right? He spazzed out hardcore.
He's an atopical cream. But did you enjoy my conversation with him, or no?
I didn't listen to much.
Oh
no, I thought it was pathetic and pedantic.
Did you enjoy my conversation with Sean G?
Yeah, Sean G's hilarious.
Do you have any questions for me for my ether model?
I have a quick one. Yeah, no, ether is space-time. Yeah, so you're just arguing for space-time.
Hey, you wouldn't happen to have any evidence. You wouldn't have any evidence for this magical ether you think of, right?
I would have no evidence for space-time, bending of space-time, other than the LIGO. Other than we have the LIGO set up, and it's like basically like letting the universe. Talking to Mr. Slave, I think. Shut up. It'd basically be like letting the universe strum your banjo. Right, so we have this light beam that is extracted due to elongation of a curvature of space-time and the path that the light travels. And we detect that. So it's
Mr. Slave,
basically,
do you have an answer
yeah.
for that question?
So basically, you just have to concede every point.
Wait,
Mr. Slave, do you have any evidence for the ether?
No, that would be the traveling of light through the ether, space-time.
It's all. Did I say Mr. Slave or did I say?
No, well,
break?
you're
I think
very
I said Mr.
confused.
Slave.
I'm helping you out because you're very confused. Space-time is ether. Like what are you confused about?
No, space-time is not ether.
Mr.
It
Slave
literally
doesn't
is to
claim that
explain ether.
space-time is
It literally is ether.
No, it's literally not.
Mr. Slave.
Well,
Hold
when
on,
I
this is
say
Mr.
literally,
Slave's
I don't
ether
mean
theory.
literally
There is no
because
other.
ether nor space-time is literal.
This is Mr. Slave's ether theory.
Ether is pure garbage.
This is your space-time theory. No, it's your space-time theory.
It is.
Space-time is not ether.
Okay, hold on.
Ether is not
Hold
space-time.
on.
It's your space-time
Hold on,
theory.
hold on a second.
You're getting upset.
Mr. Slave.
You're getting pelted.
Mr.
You're
Slave.
pelted already.
Mr. Slave.
How is it not?
Your ether. Can someone
It
mute
is a bending of a conceptual medium.
someone
There's
mute the
no.
break? Because
Oh,
he's
boo-hoo.
stopping the
Really?
discussion with Mr. Slave. So we're talking with him.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so
Why are
Mr.
you
Slave,
pelted
is
right
the
now? I'm
ether
just trying to have a
space-time.
conversation with you. You're acting schizo.
So Mr. Slave, is your ether space-time?
Is my ether space-time? I personally, I would never come up with the term space-time. I don't need.
There we go. Yes.
Okay, well, is your space-time
He's
ether?
gone.
Let's just say that. Let's do that. Is your space-time ether?
No, I
Yeah,
mean,
shut the fuck up, then. No, talking to Sir Cracker, to Mr. GF6 that thinks he's a special boy. Is your space-time ether? Is your conceptual medium not ether? Your conceptual medium that bends. That's not ether. Okay.
Yeah, so Mr. Slave, your ether then isn't space-time.
Yes,
so
he's
what into the
schizo.
break said is
He's just
totally
schizo.
relevant. So Mr.
No,
Slave,
you are
any
irrelevant.
empirical
You're
evidence for your ether?
it's kind of difficult to talk like this. So into the break, I mean, do you mind if I said something?
No, it's fine. All you're saying
break
is
is a
the
cuck.
ether is space-time. Go ahead.
Into the break is a cuck. He won't let you speak.
You're a race cuck. Are you serious right now?
What?
Yeah, it's interesting that
You're an
the only
anti-Semite.
problem
You're
in
an
this room seems
anti-Semite.
to be
You're
into
an
the break.
anti-Semite. I'm
He's
Jewish.
the
How
only
dare you?
problem in the room.
Okay, listen, into
No,
the break.
you are the only problem in the room because you're trying to describe ether as space-time.
No,
I know you don't
I'm
want
talking to Mr. Slave.
You don't want to. I know, and you're in the same paradigm as he is.
Wait, into the
So
break.
you think
No, I
there's
don't
a
accept that
difference.
there's an
You
ether.
agree with him, and I'm trying
No,
to
I
get
don't.
this degree of agreement.
Wait, into the break.
Yeah, I don't agree with him. There is no fluid of ether.
Wait, into the break. Do you
Okay,
mind?
well
Do you
there
mind?
you go. There's no bending of space-time then.
Into the
So
break.
your position is
Oh.
no bending of space-time. The
That's
medium, the medium that which
Jesus Christ,
light
you're
travels.
fucking stupid. Jesus.
No, you are. You're describing a medium that
No,
is.
you.
Oh, it's just it has nothing to do with the ether, and then here you describe the exact same thing he's about to describe.
Into the break. Chill.
No,
You're a clown.
I never did that. You
Okay,
have
guys.
to chill.
I know, and you think horizontal is
Have a
perpendicular
Snickers.
to
You come a real
horizontal. You're an
bitch when
idiot.
you're hungry. Have a Snickers.
Wait, into the break.
No, I ate mushrooms. I'm
Into-
tripping on mushrooms. I don't give a shit.
Into the break. Do you
No,
mind?
that's the reason.
Into
Yeah.
the break. Do you mind if I answered some questions? Because like I usually don't get a chance to talk here.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, thanks. So what was the question?
Do you have any way to detect this ether? Like, do you have any sort of empirical or some kind of evidence for
Yeah,
it?
we use LIGO.
Oh my
Jesus
god!
fucking
Into the
Christ!
break.
Stop!
Shut the fuck up!
Fucking mongoloid! I
pelted.
didn't
You're
talk
so
to you. I
pelted,
was
dude.
talking to Mr. Slave.
Like into the break. I mean, just let.
Ban
Oh,
the
okay.
break.
Yeah,
That'd
it's
be a good
much
idea.
better. Thank you.
Ban into the break. You're
Oh, there we go. That's
Did you
better.
ban him? Did you ban him?
No, well, I didn't.
Omnivore?
No, I've been pulled into another chat, unfortunately, so I'm not modding right now.
But what happened to him? Did
We-
we
I don't
just
know.
like Jedi mind trick him or something?
No, we
I
mute.
server muted him anyway.
Okay.
Could have been the ether.
Wait, I thought you weren't a mod, Celine. What the fuck?
I got it back now. Now that my account is cleared, or should be.
Wait, what do you
cleared.
mean cleared?
I was locked down because of Northern's server explosion.
Oh, you got, yeah.
Yeah, he was plotting. He was plotting the overthrow.
Omnivore,
caught
what do
up in
you? What's
being-
your formal education, Omnivore?
Computer science, bachelor's.
Of course.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Slave, I gotta go. I'm running out of battery and I'm at work. So, but you can answer to NASA because NASA she'll ask the same question. Like, is there any
Yeah, I love
empirical
evidence
evidence
talking
for
to NASA Shill. He's my best friend.
Yeah.
He
Let's have out some
is.
evidence.
He's everyone's best friend.
How about some fucking evidence? That's all. Just something.
I don't think anyone's best friend is NASA shit.
Well, if you have evidence, it's okay. If you're just going to say shit, then just say I'm lying, or this is what I feel, or this is what I think, but don't say that you have some sort of scientific theory without any fucking evidence.
Einstein didn't have any evidence, and we accept his theory.
He had quite a bit of evidence, and he actually accurately predicted Venus, and then a couple years later, Eddington found bent space-time. So, and we're still confirming his things. I mean, the whole LIGO thing was basically based on Einstein. So don't say Einstein didn't have any evidence, because he did.
What's Einstein's basis for the second postulate that the speed of light is a constant?
You mean the one that we've shown more time after time after time? Yeah, that's okay.
Well, Einstein postulated it, so what's the proof?
Well, it's been turned out to be true, didn't it? It was a good guess, huh?
But that is what it is. It's a guess. It's not.
Well, actually, no. We've measured it now. We know that it's true. It might have been a postulate when he postulated it, but since then we found that it's true. It sort of fell out of all his other theories. If everything else happens, well, then the speed of light has to be constant.
But let me ask you, mechanically, what causes the speed of light to be a constant?
No idea. It just is.
Like magic.
Well, it just is. It just is. I mean, you can say whatever you want. I know that base units have a problem with you guys. Things that say they are because they are. I know to say, well, why? And unfortunately, if you use science, is really not great on these sort of why questions. If you want why, then go talk to your minister.
Come on, man.
Well, it's kind of the speed of causality. So if the universe, if the space-time fabric has a limited speed of causality, that would be experienced as a absolute speed of light. Now, why would it have a limited speed of causality?
Yeah.
My personal guess avoids paradox, but that's just a guess.
So that's not a scientific theory. That's not a mechanical explanation. That's a magical explanation. To tell me that the universe. Let me finish.
I know you guys.
Chill,
I know you have problems.
Let me finish.
Let him finish.
So to claim that the universe wants to avoid paradoxes, that's basically unicorns and ghosts and gods and goblins. That's not science. I'm sorry.
Ether's a claim too.
I would say, what's your proof for ether? You're just saying ether without any evidence or that. In fact, we have lots of evidence that there is no ether. All the way back to Michelson-Morley, 1890 wasn't? That was a while ago.
So Omnivore, do you see the problem with your proposition?
No.
So you're saying, right, you said my guess is to avoid paradoxes. Do you see how that makes the universe like a higher being, like a consciousness, like basically a god? Like do you see?
Certain Omnivore is religious, so that would make sense.
Well, I am Christian, but that's not why I say that.
But that
and
is
I did
what
not do it to personify the universe.
But you did.
well, you can say that. But,
what do you mean? Wait, you said to avoid paradoxes. What do you mean? That's intent. You're saying the universe.
No.
You're saying somebody created this universe with some intent.
No,
Yeah.
I'm not.
What do you
I'm,
mean?
that-
You
that's-
said to avoid. You said to. You said to avoid.
Okay, so I will explain it to you. I will because you're interrupting me. I will endeavor to use small words. So when I say that it is to avoid paradox, my belief, my assertion, without a great deal of evidence, other than that we do not see temporal paradox, is that the construction of the universe is done in such a way that you cannot have temporal paradox. And part of the requirement of not having temporal paradox is, would be built into the idea of a limited speed of causality. So if the only way that universes can exist is avoiding self-contradictory paradox, then I believe it stands to reason that if that's a prerequisite for a universe existing, then the universes that exist, namely ours, would be paradox resistant, meaning they would have a limited speed of causality.
So you're saying there's a multiverse, and some universes don't survive the evolutionary process, and we're in one of those universes that survive because we have a constant speed of light. Otherwise, we would not.
No, I'm not necessarily postulating that there are other universes, but I am postulating that a requirement of a universe, whether there's only this one, or whether there are many others, maybe there's 3, who knows? But I am postulating that the requirement of the universe is that it be paradox avoidant.
Okay, look, so my explanation is much simpler. The universe is filled with a fluid, and as I showed with the rubber ducky, you immediately get a constant speed of waves in the fluid. It's much simpler. No,
Any evidence for this fluid?
I'm talking to omnivore.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure that. So the reason that you postulate that is that you're adding in the assertion or the assumption that there is no way of understanding time passing without the from any perspective other than the one that you have that you have chosen, or that basically all time measurements have to use this tick tock of yours, and I'm not sure that I'm not sure that checks out.
So
I have to go.
Oh, okay. Thank you, omnivore.
It would seem to me that if this ether were all about us and so powerful and had all these influence, that we should be able to measure it, be able to get a cupful of it in a bucket in the lab somewhere or something.
But that would violate Einstein's first postulate.
Thanks, Demmock Shill.
You're welcome. What do you mean it would violate Einstein's? I thought you didn't believe in Einstein. So why can't we, if this is such a powerful stuff, why can't we measure it?
I think I didn't go through the proof yet, but I think Lorentz. So here, okay, yeah, I think I can prove it. So Lorentz gave us the Lorentz transformations in order to counter the interferometer effects, in order to explain the null result. And Lorentz ended up being correct because Einstein reproduced the same Lorentz transformations, and we know they're true. So Lorentz is correct. So that means that Lorentz was correct, that the interferometer can never detect the ether. So, so Lorentz, I mean, the interferometer is around, like you said, 1870. They conducted the experiment. 1890, maybe they published or something. And in around 1900, let's say, I don't know. So I think maybe Lorentz published maybe his work approximately. I think it was, that's what I heard. It was based on the null result of Michelson and Morley. So Lorentz compensated. He said, well, we must have time dilation and length contraction in order to explain the null result. Okay. And he's happy with it. I mean, we could live with Lorentz. There's no problem with Lorentz. But then came Einstein, and Einstein said, I don't need this luminiferous ether. I just don't need it. I'll just assume the principle of relativity, that the laws of nature are constant in all frames, and the second postulate, the speed of light is a constant, and he got Lorentz transformations. No one ever asked why is a course in special relativity on the first day, why do they teach Lorentz transformations? Like, didn't Einstein in his paper derive these transformations? Well, Einstein did derive them, but they match perfectly with Lorentz. But Lorentz derived them from the ether.
Amazing how that works, huh? Amazing how the Lorentz transformations need the speed of light to be constant. Huh.
But he didn't assume. Lorentz didn't assume the
Actually,
speed
they
of...
do. Actually, they do.
Lorentz assumed the speed of light to be a constant?
No, it falls out in his formulas. If you understand his
Right.
formulas, which
I don't. I didn't look into it. But
oh, you
Lorentz...
didn't look into it.
No.
You didn't look into it. Got it. A critical requirement of the Lorentz
He didn't look
transformation.
into it, guys. Guys, he didn't look into it.
A critical requirement of the Lorentz transformation is the invariance of the speed of light, a fact used in their derivation and contained in the transformation themselves.
Wait, Lorentz assumed a constant speed of light? I heard that Lorentz assumed a null result with the interferometer. He derived it from
Which
directly.
requires the speed of light.
Wait. Did Lorentz assume a constant speed of light?
I don't know. You're Mr. Lorentz. You tell me.
As far as I know, he didn't. He just explained Michelson and Morley's null result. He just wrote his transformations in order to predict retroactively the Michelson null result.
And
He said
the speed of and the constant speed of light, the invariance of the speed of light, falls out of the transformations.
Fine, but he didn't assume it.
Okay. So what? He derived it. Guess so. What's your problem? The speed of light is constant.
No.
Welcome to modern physics. I understand it's against you want to be a classical physicist. Something that Einstein was the last one. So I mean, here you are, 100 years after we discovered all this stuff, and you're saying, "Oh no, classical physics is good." There's this magical ether that I can't show, but I need it. I'll just make it sort of this band-aid that I need whenever I need something, and I don't know why. I'll just say ether.
I don't think that's what he's doing. Just
That's exactly what he's doing. I'm sorry.
forming his own theory. He's going to have stuff that's a little different. So,
well, you can have your own theory all you want, and until it's like an asshole. Everyone's got an asshole. Until you have some evidence, it's going to stink. I'm sorry.
Anyway, so look, the way it worked is when somebody teaches every course on YouTube from every instructor in special relativity, on the beginning they say, let me teach you about Einstein's special theory of relativity, and then they go on to teach Lorentz transformations, which is how, but go to Einstein's paper. He didn't use Lorentz transformations.
there's a whole book on Einstein's plagiarisms. Have you ever heard of that?
No. I have the paper open in front of me. Einstein's paper derives his transformations from two postulates: the Galilean principle of relativity. Somebody's hot micing, and Einstein assumed two postulates: the principle of relativity, meaning that there is no absolute motion. The Galilean principle of relativity, he extended it to electrodynamics and he called it the principle of relativity, whatever. It's the same as Galileo, just with electrodynamics added, that there is no absolute rest or motion. And he added another postulate that the speed of light is a constant. And he derived the Einstein transformations. But whenever somebody teaches Einstein's transformations, they call them Lorentz transformations, which happen to be identical. But Lorentz transformations were not based on these two assumptions. They were just in order to avoid the null result of the interferometer of Michelson and Morley.
Geez, in order to explain a physical observation that was made, huh? Amazing how that works.
So the question is, why no one bats an eye? Wait, why am I'm echoing off of someone? The question is, why does Einstein's transformations, why are they identical to Lorentz transformations? They each come from completely different places.
Oh, that's amazing, isn't it? Yeah,
Yes.
it's almost like it's real. Like, you can explain it in multiple ways, as opposed to you who's just making shit up. But okay.
Plagiarized them.
But Lorentz assumed ether.
Wouldn't call it plagiarize. Would call it more perhaps influence. But okay.
But Lorentz assumed ether and derived Lorentz transformations.
Lorentz didn't assume ether. I'm sorry.
What do you mean? He explained Michelson and Morley's null result. Why do you need to explain it? He explained that the time dilation, the length contraction compensate, and that's the reason for the null result, even if there is ether. By the way, Einstein didn't say there is no ether. He just said, I don't need the ether. I can prove basically.
Well, unfortunately for you, Michelson Morley disproved luminiferous ether. So you can just say that Michelson Morley is wrong, or they're not, or you can just say no and go on and make it up again. But okay.
Look, Lorentz said the ether can be there if we assume time dilation and length contraction. Einstein said, let's predict time dilation, length contraction happens to be right. That means Lorentz was right. So Lorentz was right when he said that the ether could be there, but still we would get Michelson's null result because of time dilation, length contraction. So the ether was never disproved.
Actually, it was, but that's okay. I mean, you can hold on to it all you want.
Does anybody understand what I'm saying?
No. I mean, you just gave an actual argument, and then the dude just goes, "Oh, but no, it wasn't." Like you went from.
Well, no, he gave what he did is he basically said he went back to like 1890 and said, "Yeah, ether exists," despite the fact that for the last 130 years ether doesn't exist. I mean, you can say it all you want. You can say all you want, but you fly in the face of 100 years of science. I guess if ether exists, then Mr. Slave here would be standing in front of a Swedish king with about $1 million in his hand.
Can I ask you a question?
Who do you want to ask?
Is gravity a force?
Who are you asking?
NASA.
Well, is gravity a force? Well, what frame do you want? Most of the time, we can feel it as a force. It's the force holding your butt to the chair right now.
Okay, so you are overlooking 100 years of science. Thank you.
Well, in our everyday experiences, I mean, we live in a Newtonian world. If you want to say you hit Einstein bending of space-time and gravity sort of falls out, okay, fine, we can do that. It's a little harder in our everyday world. We don't need that theory.
Just calling out your contradiction. You said he overlooked 100 years of science. You just overlooked 100 years of science.
Eric,
I'm just saying.
Eric, don't worry about it. Wait, NASA.
But you understand that when you put non-accelerated and outside of a strong gravity field into the Einstein equations, that the Newton falls out. we send things to Mars, we send things to Jupiter and Saturn using Newtonian physics. Newtonian physics works quite well in our everyday world.
No, it doesn't, because
Yeah, it does. There's no need to go to the tensors when you're like firing a cannon.
I mean, listen, I just called you on your contradiction.
Well, you can say you called me, but you didn't. But that's okay.
You ignored 100 years of science by saying that gravity is still a force.
Gravity is, again,
Eric,
in our everyday world.
Eric, don't worry about it. It's not important. Wait, NASA, can I ask you a question?
Didn't you just do that?
I'm asking NASA. I don't know. NASA, can I ask you a question?
What do you want?
Like, do you understand GR? Can you develop the equations of GR? Can you derive GR from first principles?
Can I develop GR from first principles? Probably not. No.
Have you ever
Can
studied? No, I didn't finish the course yet. Have you ever finished the course?
I have studied relativity and general relativity. It's not my field. I'm a chemist by training. I took some physics in order to be a chemist. I mean, I took a course in relativity. Did we? Can I develop them from first principles? No.
How many stable elements are there, NASA?
How many stable elements are there?
Yeah.
I don't know. Why am I supposed to have the number in the back of my head right now? As an organic chemist, 6. Okay.
Wait, NASA. So, as a chemist, do you ever use Schrodinger's equation and stuff?
Nope.
Wait, NASA, are you there?
I was not into PChem much. I didn't like PChem.
What is PChem?
Yeah, actually, NASA show you probably hate me and the astronomers when we show our periodic table: hydrogen, helium, and metals.
Yeah, and that one's one of my better ones. My wife is actually a physicist by training. She was into semiconductors and was talking about heavy holes and light holes. She was actually weighing electrons that weren't there, and it bothers the shit out of me.
Yeah, my dad's a chemist, so he absolutely hates when I bring up the astronomer's periodic table.
And was it hydrogen, helium, and everything else?
Everything else is a metal.
Yeah.
Wait, NASA, do you care about the orbitals and stuff?
Orbitals are a huge deal. Yeah, you want to call that part of Schrodinger? Then go ahead.
Yeah, but so I'm looking for evidence for Schrodinger because I think he has a good equation. So do you like when chemists or organic chemists, when they say this molecule is at 120 degrees from this and it rotates, like, how do you guys know this?
Well, different kinds of spectroscopy, laser, that kind of stuff, on X-rays and that kind of thing. I mean, if you want to get back to that, I mean, that's how they found out that DNA was a helix and thing.
So did Schrodinger predict? Can you use Schrodinger to predict these angles?
Well, it would fall back into that era. I mean, it's been a while since I was worried about stuff like that. I mean, you worry about that more when you're synthesizing stuff. It's been a while since I actually did some synthesis.
So people that do synthesis, they use Schrodinger's equation to predict angles and stuff?
The angles kind of fall out of different things. To say it's all Schrodinger would probably be a leap.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Schrodinger's more about energy than anything else.
Really? It's not about the shape? All the different orbital shapes? NASA, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm trying to figure out how to explain it to you.
Like, Like I'm trying to see if Schrodinger was right because I always see all his predictions about the orbitals, but the question is, what is the evidence we have that these orbitals even exist?
It's sort of backwards. You find the shape and then figure out what the orbitals are.
But
I mean, this sort of theory is something I really haven't dealt with for a while.
I mean, because like when I see videos in organic chemistry, they show all these orbitals and this angle and that. So it's like they use Schrodinger to derive the shape of the orbitals, and from the shape of the orbitals, they get the angles. But with considerations, because of the electrostatic, these electrons are repelling each other, and these are, but it's so mechanical. I'm always
chemistry.
Mhm.
Chemistry is pretty much mechanics. Yeah.
That's what like. I used to hate chemistry, but now I'm like, wait a minute, I want to sit and study this because I'm looking for evidence for a mechanical universe.
Well, start with PChem. Good luck with PChem.
Right. So I started watching a few videos in PChem, and that's what they do.
Videos, and you need a book. PChem, YouTube videos and PChem don't get along.
I mean, it's good. They show animations, and from the animations, like, what else do I need? I mean, the animations do a terrific job. And then they explain, well, this is putting, like, this electron is pushing against that. That's why it has to move, and they move. Like in the animations, they explain exactly why the molecule looks the way it does.
Well, I'd say if you want videos for chemistry, then watch Professor Dave Explains original stuff that he did with chemistry.
Yeah, he was pretty good.
Professor Doolittle? Who? Can you link it?
Professor Dave Explains.
Yeah, he's amazing. Yeah, he's really good. But he does chemistry. He does like.
He was based in, I think, his original.
Yeah, he's a chemist by his degree was chemistry, I think.
He was a professor of chemistry too, I believe.
No, he doesn't have a PhD. He says he doesn't.
No, not a PhD, but he was in grad school, I think, for a bit, but dropped out. But he does have like enough to where he did like teach at like community colleges or whatever. So he was technically a professor.
Okay, I mean, from his videos, I mean, he is really advanced.
He is a very smart dude.
Yeah. I really appreciate. He's like when you listen to him in the beginning, you think he's just a communicator, but then you get that no, he's the real deal. Like he understands a lot.
Yeah, if you want to understand it at the basic level of orbitals and stuff, start with PChem, and I would get PChem. PChem is generally a 300 course, junior level, if I remember right. So, I mean, it's pretty advanced stuff. Everyone always has the honk if you pass PChem sticker because it makes and breaks a lot of chemists.
Do pre-meds need PChem?
I don't remember a lot of pre-meds in PChem because it's a little too theoretical for medical degrees. They're inorganic mostly.
Yeah. So I heard somebody say that Born had an argument, basically a debate, whatever, with Schrodinger. So Born came up with the probability distribution interpretation of Schrodinger's wave equation.
I'll be back in a bit.
Okay. Does anybody else?
The topic still identity?
What? What?
How the regularity of nature doesn't hold, so we can have irregularity
Wait,
That's identity violation.
wait, what are you talking about? What identity violation?
Well, I left, and that's what you guys were supposed to be working on. And it hasn't happened yet.
I don't remember what my last comment was. What did I say? Oh yeah, no. I was talking about Bourne's rule.
Okay, it had nothing to do with you. Yeah, so it was for the.
You weren't talking to me? Does any
Egghead, fish face, and bugle boy?
what? Why is everybody speaking so unclearly? Does anybody want to say something? Sea-Line, what did you say?
Into the Break speaks very clearly. He always uses very logical definitions.
Clearly here.
Wait, Into the Break, are you a flat earther?
No, we're very prideful of speaking clearly. Did I
In
stutter?
this house, we do not violate the law of identity.
Yes, sir.
There's no identity violators in here. Okay?
Identity violation would be absurd by definition.
Yeah, would be.
Anyway, does anybody want to cross-examine me on anything that I've ever said?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Well, that's what we're doing.
That's what Into the Break is going to do.
Into the Break, far away.
We're like literally doing it right now.
Fire. Hit me.
No, you're just that was in sync, parallel.
And
We had a level outcome there.
Wait,
it was like sort of you expressed only enough energy for me to express, and it was even. We agreed, and then that's it. That's level.
Does anybody want to ask me questions? Does anybody want to cross-examine
Not
me?
really.
Does anybody want to criticize my theories?
No, like you accept logic and reality, right? Like, what's there to question? Do you have something you want to say that is extraneous to maybe the regularity of nature that we've used to establish logic?
What is your foundation of logic?
The Earth is flat.
The regularity of nature.
Okay. How
I mean, the minute you start to question the regularity of like us starting to like brainstorm and categorize these ideas, you've conceded the point. Like, this is my point always. It's like, what is the weight of a dream?
Wait, I didn't understand your foundation of logic.
Well, logic is like all human history would be my foundation for logic.
I still don't understand your foundation of logic. Like what?
Well, then you don't understand logic. Okay, that's not my problem.
Yeah.
So now you have exited the conversation. You reject logic. You didn't know that there's 3 laws of logic.
I'm asking you, what is your foundation of logic?
My foundation is the laws of logic.
What is
you know
the foundation? What is
if you have no foundation for it, you're rejecting it, then you're not, you being here in the conversation is null and void. Like, now we're just like, yeah, you're drunk sitting next to the tank. Like, I would say, like, you can do science if you had a hypothesis test and you're boiling water, right? And you can either prove or disprove your hypothesis. But if you weren't having a hypothesis, then you didn't do the experiment, right? So it's dependent on the languages you
Okay, Into the Break.
In the context.
Okay, Into the Break. Okay, Into
Very
the Break.
simple stuff.
Into the Break. What is your foundation of logic? Please answer the question. Wait, did he leave?
Yeah.
Yep. He's gone.
So as soon as I ask him for his foundation of logic, he leaves?
Yes.
Why? He doesn't know how
You
to.
ever talk to a flat earther? What the fuck is wrong with you, Mr.
They're usually very nice.
Who have you been talking to? What is wrong with you? What?
What is accept quest? What is check progress? What is a quest? What's going on?
That's over there. It's flat.
I don't understand. Anyway.
You didn't know that this is a flat earther forum?
Wait, what? No, this is a globe.
Yeah, we're relativists here.
You're moral relativists?
No, we're logical relativists, he says.
Oh. So, can anybody give me...
Could you even perceive anything different?
Can you answer the question, what is your foundation of logic?
It would be outside of your purview.
Just can you just answer the question? What is your foundation of logic? What is your logic founded
It would
upon?
be outside of your purview.
Just
so it
answer
would
the
matter nothing to you.
question.
It would only infuriate you and upset you.
Okay, that's ad hominem.
I set you free.
What is your
I
logic?
grant it. You're set free.
What is your logic founded on?
I grant your logic. You're set free.
Nice.
Enlightenment's very easy.
Yeah.
There isn't anything profound about enlightenment.
So
it's the fact that you search it and you'll look past like the very obvious corners.
Okay, into the break. You're refusing to answer my question. I asked you a simple question.
Deem it
kind of funny.
not worth your time.
Okay.
It's kind of funny listening to Mr. Slave talk to a flat earther.
Why is it funny?
I don't know.
Who's a flat earther and who's Mr. I'm not. Are you calling me Mr. Slave? What's going on here?
Gamma, I talk to everyone.
No, you're the fucking slave.
Everyone
I'm
who's-
just here in the rat race.
Everyone
with
everyone who's willing to talk to me, I talk to. I don't care what you are. I just came from a Muslim forum. I talk to Muslims.
Well, that's hilarious.
La ilaha. Assalamu alaikum.
Anyway, Gamma, do you have any questions? Do you want me to show you how to derive a black hole directly from Newton?
So this is where you're bringing that enlightenment from. You're like around like a bunch of
into the break.
people that
Why
talk
don't you
about their
answer
religion, and then now you have some sort of enlightenment. Like I was around the most religious fundamentalist people that exist on Earth, and
yeah, now
this is what you've been doing.
Yeah, I don't have a problem.
No, you're a clown.
I don't have a
and
problem.
Their beliefs are garbage.
I don't.
That's what we just established here in the last 15 minutes. They weren't your beliefs, so why are you upset?
Can somebody
garbage.
wait?
We were
can
laughing.
Somebody
we
mute?
were literally laughing about it.
Can somebody mute into the break? This is impossible.
I muted myself. We were literally laughing about it.
C-Line, can you take care of into the break? Like it's impossible like this.
Yeah, no, I win. Yeah, you can seek refutation, and I give you the respect.
Oh my God! Let me see. Can I get C-Line on the line? Let me see. Can I get C-Line? Where's C-Line? What's his name? Into the break is not letting me talk. What's join what? This is the forum where flat fish tanks. I will recite the Sahada. Oh my God. flat surface. Anyway, let's see what's going on. Okay. Where is this the globe?
Just like pretend like
my God, Mr.
identity
Slave, I'm
doesn't
back.
exist. You're a weak and feckless boy.
Asadu an la ilaha illa Allah wa ashadu anna Muhammadan Rasul Allah. Is that good for you?
I don't know. I'm not a Muslim. How would I know?
Oh, sorry.
You're
I
not a
was just
Muslim?
studying my faith.
You thought I'm a Muslim?
No, of course. Well, you're European, so it could be true.
I'm an
There's a lot of
atheist.
Muslims over here in Finland.
I don't know anything about
You're an atheist?
Muslim. Of course I am. Everybody knows I'm an atheist.
Of course I am.
Well, then you have no universal standard of intelligibility. So how do you even know anything is true?
How do you ground logic and knowledge?
I don't know anything. I'm an.
Oh,
This
I mean-
is true. I agree.
I mean,
That
That's
I
not
agree with.
physically there.
We finally agreed on something there.
Yep.
I'm a skeptical. I don't believe.
I don't think that was grammatically correct.
I'm a skeptical.
Are you skeptical towards your idea of ether?
Wait, what's wrong with saying I'm skeptical? I believe in this.
You said I am a skeptical.
What do you want to say? I'm a skeptic. I'm a skeptic
Yes,
means
yes,
I'm being skeptic, but I belong to the school of ultimate
Okay,
skepticism, like
We can
infinite.
we can stop now.
Okay.
Yeah, we can stop now.
Okay.
Are you skeptical about your own skepticism?
Yes. Yes, I am. Of course. Otherwise, I would not be skeptical.
Isn't that a contradiction of the? Are you violating the law of identity in this house?
I don't know because I'm.
Ban him now.
I don't know anything.
Yep, belted,
Ban him now for Into the Break.
belted, bro.
I'm
Straight
going to be skeptical of
fucking
Mr.
belted.
Slade's skepticism.
What?
Good.
What happened?
Lael, my only viewer, are you enjoying the stream?
Yeah, I just turned it on, so I don't know. Am I?
I heard nothing. I can't hear anything right now. Hold on. All right, say again.
I just turned it on, so I don't know if I'm enjoying it or not.
Oh, never mind.
It's kind of boring.
I agree.
Okay.
It's almost as boring as Marty. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to properly reuse these engines in Real Scale Solar System KSP.
Wait, so
Gamma, I'll give you one clue of how to do it right. You
Yeah.
need to use vanilla physics.
I am actually. KSP uses Pachaconics, so that's Newtonian.
anyway,
If you use vanilla physics with ether, you would do a lot better.
Yeah, maybe the ether is dragging me down at 11 kilometers per second, so it's fucking my shit up right now.
I actually have a question about the 11 kilometers a second.
You have a question? I thought
Yes.
that you were the man.
But I taught you everything I know, so now I should be able to ask you questions.
Hold on. You said that you don't know anything.
I don't.
Oh. Are you violating the law of non
Whoa.
I don't even know that I don't know anything, and I'm skeptical
Oh,
about
shit.
it. So I am completely speechless.
That sounds like a law of non-contradiction.
Wait, does anybody? Okay, so let me ask you: what is the foundation of logic? What is logic founded on?
God.
The universal standard of intelligibility without which no knowledge.
Shut up.
It's like everybody here gives a quote of something. No, but for real.
Okay, you don't know what do you not know what presuppositionalism is, Mr. Slave?
Shut up, Gregory.
I mean, I mean, you just asked me. You don't know what, and then you said that like a word that is clear. So I know English. I know what presupposition. Like I know what you said, but the
Yeah, well,
question is,
presuppositionalism is a annoying thing that basically is designed to give a just like piss off atheists, essentially. I
wait,
don't
you're
know
not.
how better to describe
Wait,
it
you're
than
not
that.
an atheist?
Oh, I am
What's
an
your
atheist.
ultimate?
Well,
What's your ultimate authority?
we used to have like in 1974 we had them like doing dust burns, skidding out.
What on earth are
You
you
do
talking
that?
about, dude?
I don't know.
Yeah,
He always.
now in India we have
Just interrupt. Just to interrupt.
Yeah.
Literally
Yeah.
just rambling.
Fucking- 1974, we used to have dust devils.
Oh my god. Anyway, look.
Are you guys gonna be mad at me if I'm white?
Yeah.
What?
Are we gonna eat what? The fabric of time?
Eat the whites.
Yeah, I'm white. So hopefully
Eat
you're
some
not mad at me.
rice? I don't eat rice.
What is Mr. Slave talking
Eat,
about right
eat
now?
the whites.
Eat the
Dude,
whites? I don't eat
Yeah.
Yes.
whites. I eat
Eat all
all.
the whites.
I don't care
One
what color
more
chick is.
question. PhD
Oh.
Tony, if you're here, how are you tonight on this level flat plane with topography? That's really a globe.
Do you really have a PhD, Tony?
I really have a PhD, yes.
In what?
In seismology, right?
In geophysics.
That's fake. Or it's flat.
Wait, geophysics? That's like climate change, climatology.
What?
No, that's meteorology. Isn't it?
No.
What?
Well, actually, my particular discipline was deformation of the Earth due to application of large words
Why
like
are you just naming the Earth? What does the Earth do?
Deformation.
Why are you
Wait,
naming
deformation of the Earth due to what? Due to global warming?
due to large surface loads like mass exchanges between ice sheets and oceans.
Why is that
Wow.
interesting to you?
A subfield of that is the understanding of earthquakes, right?
Well, what I did in my PhD thesis was I adapted a flat Earth seismic model to a viscoelastic framework so that we could use it to model. I took it from an elastic formulation to a viscoelastic formulation for the modeling of high resolution loads.
Anyway.
I'm kind of retarded. You should know that, PhD Tony, by now. Could you dumb that down to like 5th grade level? I don't understand the big words you're saying.
I'll explain. Can I explain? Can I please, Tony? Can I explain what you said? So he
No,
basically he built.
I want PhD Tony to explain. That's
Okay,
why
but I want to be tested. I just want to be tested by Tony to see if I understood
You
it.
can explain it after he explains it to me.
But if he gives the answer, then how is I can't be tested?
Aw.
Because I want the correct answer. Go ahead, PhD Tony.
For in earthquakes, the deformations are pretty much instantaneous. You're talking about sort of sound waves propagating through the earth. But what I was more interested in was sort of longer term relaxation. So if you imagine like a squishy ball, something like that, that sort of that squishiness was what I was adapting to model. So you can do that with you can do that through various techniques that I won't bore you with. But yeah, that was most. So that's where my familiarity with seismology comes from, and sort of this is related to paleo sea level. This is one of our indicators of past deformation.
All right, it's really boring. Jesus, I almost died.
Places. Kind of silly, right?
Well, look up the.
I'm not sure. I wasn't there, but you can look. You could look at the ovens and tell that the ovens, dude. If the Germans built some ovens to burn some shit, the Germans build shit big. They wouldn't build little bread ovens. I do know that much, you know.
All right, let's see what we got. We've been here for 3 hours and 40 minutes. Let me see what he's saying.
I'm the host of In Time. It is a news channel. We try to sort of break down what's going on in the news. Also, we try to compare and contrast various news sources, see who's telling the truth, who isn't. How can you be better consumers of news and learn to identify what's a good news source for yourself on your own? And we also do breaking news. So that's about it.
You do breaking news. You've been the breakingest of news on a couple of occasions.
Yeah, usually about 3 or 4 times a year. We manage to get ahead of like everybody: Fox News, CNN, ABC, MSNBC, Reuters, AP. We've been able to get ahead of a lot of them. Usually, what we do is, in fact, the Russian invasion. The way we figured that one out was we had someone, which is, no.
He's an aggressive geologist.
like I said, I mean, in terms of, and again, don't. But I'm going to say he is, of all the Nazis, past and present, probably one of my favorites. But it's a low bar.
She's queen of the goddesses. So she is into BDSM. She is, what do you call it? Forgot my terminology, my BDSM terminology. What is she? She's a femdom. Maya Atkinson. Let me see. Can I find her? Maya. There she is. Maya, are you into femdom? Let me see.
Bad. This is actually very similar.
Wait, is it over?
Humans act.
That's where he's going, and I agree. He's said something in the prior, but in just like the last 10-second clip, the way he set that up, it sounds like he said something profound, and it was he literally said A equals A, therefore nothing that's not A is going to be A, or anything that's not A is not going to be A. It's like, no shit.
I just went back 10 seconds.
Okay.
If the buttons do the thing I think they do.
No, none of them do. No animal does that because it's not natural. Animals are part of nature. They do natural things. People are subject to the supernatural, so they do things that are not natural.
Okay, real quick. I do want to respond to that. Nidhi is very happy that he now has 2. Okay, the boobies I gave Nidhi is like a gift because I don't know. Nidhi leads the titty mob. We're very happy and grateful to Nidhi for that. Nidhi decided that we needed a DKU. Say like a thing with a dense cap, and I hate that these don't that the what you call it don't show up on the screen, like the special, like the channel emotes.
Oh yeah.
Oh
Emojis.
yeah, it's really annoying.
It is.
I don't know if that's EVMux's fault or if that's YouTube's fault or both.
I think
Probably.
I don't know. Maybe if we did it in YouTube, it might. I don't know. I haven't seen, like, even StreamYards I know does that.
Yeah, but like if YouTube streaming can't pull it off, then they just aren't trying hard enough, frankly. Like
Seriously,
literally. Like it can't be that hard of a problem to make a workaround for.
Right, exactly. But here we are. But yeah, Nidhi has 2 emotes now, and one that I named after him, and one that he gave that Nidhi. And thank you for $2. Also, these are other weasel emotes that the crowd.
They don't count. They don't count, Mayo. The magnets are not part of our emojis. Those are YouTube because
I'm just waiting to hear if she's going to answer my question.
Magnets are evil, and I stand for this proposition, and everybody else is a lying bastard.
So I just debated him.
It's like, what is happening?
That's why I clarified the the conditions of the thing.
Yes, you clarified it very well. Thank you. I'm going to stay over here now. I'll do the rest of the show. I can see you just fine. Just hit play.
Like themselves. That's why we're the only.
You're not my real dad. You can't make me hit play. Okay.
It's very good. I mean,
wow.
So you yourself, whether slowly or all at once.
Carlson, what's his name?
You're being acted on by forces outside of you.
All right, so let's remember what he said here. Humans are not animals, so we can,
Tucker
and that is
Carlson,
why we can be
the
swayed
gift
by
that
the
keeps on
supernatural,
giving.
unlike animals.
Yeah. He's an idiot.
Well, isn't there a talking donkey in the Bible? I could be wrong.
Facts are not his currency.
I'm well fucking aware of that.
All right. I think I'm gonna pack up. I think I'm ready to go. Today was a pretty good day, so we did some AI stuff with Cenas, and we'll try to do more AI in the future. And finish up some papers, papeles. And we presented our proof of Einstein's special relativity for second postulate. So maybe I'll even watch the debate and I'll come up with maybe more. This is the second postulate. So the problem with this is that it's a little bit confused. I can see how it can get confusing for somebody to see it for the first time. But maybe we should separate the clock from the distance. So we should have a separate clock and a separate distance. And the clock should tick tock, tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. Now, as I'm moving, these will slow down, and we need to prove that it will slow down just in time, so that it will always measure the same ratio, because this will be slowed down by just as much as this. But we still need to prove it. So we will need to prove that if it's twice, if it tick tocks twice as it goes once through here, but it can't. So it would have to be of a different length. So it would be of a different length. The clock would be of a different length, and it would tick tock faster. So let's say it would be 10 seconds while it goes through here once. So we should show that in other cases, if this is shorter or that's shorter, whichever one, the point is we should separate the clocking from the length. So when this starts, it starts a clock ticking. Maybe even 100 times per second. Like, make it a super fast clock. So it really ticks fast. And we're waiting for this to hit. And when it hits, it stops. It stops and it gives us the number. And then we will show that it's always the same number. So let's create. This will be 3. This will be 3. Let's wait for it to show up. Saving. So this would be 3. In 3, we're going to redo. So I don't care about this. We're just going to do. Let's ignore the gray. It's going to be. Oh, we turned it into one big thing. Okay, we don't need this. So this is going to be 3.1. Let's separate the length from the clock. So let's try and separate the length from the clock. So we're going to have a length measurement and a clock measurement. So let me ungroup. Let me even make, we don't need the arrow because we understand the nature of the beast. Okay, let's put it like in the center, approximately. Proxima Centauri. Okay. So this and this, wait. This and this. Let's, no. How can I move this and this? That's the length L, and that's what he said that that's missing. It wasn't clear. So we can add it. No, we need to add it in the beginning. When we introduce the clock, make the rubber ducky bigger. Is it grouped? It looks like it's grouped. No, this is not grouped. So this is the clock. So we're introducing the clock here. And the L, let's introduce the length. No, this is not good. This completely, we need to completely modify everything, but we should say that this is the clock, and this is the distance between the two. Let's add another line. And another line. And this is going to be L. Oh, you can't type on the line? So we need to add this is the length of the distance. This is the length. This is the length L. Yeah, we're not saying length of what. It's not so clear. Okay, more important is to expand this design. So we'll have a tick-tock, and separately, what's going on? I want to select this. It doesn't let me select it. Are they grouped? Oh, it's grouped. Okay. So what I'd like to do is take this copy. Oh my God. and move this and that separately as a separate clock. So let's give it a different color. So this color will be purple, whereas this thing I guess would be dark blue. So this now becomes the clock. So let's add a shape. This becomes the clock. Transparent. Whereas this remains, this remains the distance. So we're gonna fire a wave until it gets here, because all we know is L. This is L, and this is T. So we're like separating L from T. This is L. I can't move it. This is T. So this measures L, and this measures T. Transparent. This now measures only L. And this separately measures T. This is the clock. This is a separate clock, and this is a meter stick. A measure stick to measure separately. The purpose is to separate wait, let's change the shape. Oh, I can't change the shape? Change shape. Call out the round one. Oh, this is the round one? Oh. It's not a spelled separately? Whereas this is now the clock. This is now the clock. Can I do? Yeah, okay. This is the block. And this is the length. That's the clock I meant. This is now a dedicated clock. This is now a dedicated clock. This is now a dedicated clock. Should be pointing to this. And this is designed to be a meter stick. Now, this is still going to fire a wave, and this is going to still fire waves because everything works based on waves. So we're going to fire until we get here, and we're going to count how many ticks, tocks went by. So the next step is going to be to show the waving. It's still, but it's going to still work very similarly, that you still need a waving. This is still based on an emitter detector. Each one is both an emitter and a detector. This is still an emitter detector, emitter detector, emitter detector, emitter detector. Each one. Okay, gotta work. Okay, we'll stop here.